Yo, Joseph, stop listening to that sales call, bro. Those sales training.
Are you trying to get my attention?
Oh, you're wasting time.
I'm making calls for FSBO.
You're wasting time, bro.
Got it, sir.
It's like, so what would be a good example? Like working out, right? Like there's certain body parts that that kind of just makes more sense to do together. Right? Chest, and then you might do like triceps or some crap like that, right? Because it's all connected.
Yeah.
So when you're making calls, you should like drive for dollars because that kind of goes together. Like if you're on a dialer, you could be driving for dollars while somebody's kind of waiting to pick. Listening to something and trying to talk to sellers at the same time,
Yeah.
your attention, I just don't see how that works efficiently. Maybe, I mean, you're from Africa, so maybe you got like some kind of genius zebra brain or something. I don't know, but I don't know, bro. But some type of Kuta Kente brain, dog. But
That's it. That's it. You got it right, Custom.
what?
If you were white, dude, that would have been so fucking racist, bro.
So extreme.
You got
No, I'm joking around.
I know. Hold on, joking.
Hello.
Hello. My name is Joseph. Am I talking to the owner of 68th Street? Elia?
Oh yeah, it's under contract already.
Oh, cool. When are you guys closing?
Man, that bike
Probably next week.
Me?
Got it. Is it okay if I connect it in case anything happens at all?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. Thank you for.
Alrighty.
You kicked my butt.
Here.
I swear.
Bye.
Met up with these guys on the trail. Like,
Yeah.
one of them noticed me because we go to the same gym, and he's like, "Yo, you're the dude from the gym, right?" I'm like, "Oh shoot, yeah, what's up, man?" And he was
Sellers always in a low market, but for us, we have four other options.
Four other options.
So it gets
I'm like, "All right, cool."
lengthy.
Bro,
And I want to make sure that all the process is clear and straight for me, so that you don't have to be in a situation where you have to re-explain all that stuff.
They violated me, bro.
They pushed you.
Man.
Mark Rojas says, if I come to the house and I like what I see, ready to move forward with paperwork. I really like that, but personally, my style is a little bit more sleuth, and I never say the word paperwork. I use the word situation all the time. Like, if we create a good situation, then are you ready to move forward?
You're ready to move
That's
forward.
way better to me than saying, are you ready to move forward with paperwork? So that's a great foundation, right? A lot of this stuff just has to harness and be attached to your personality.
So
Jeremy says, I failed the decision maker portion of my last crumble deal. She said she was the only decision maker until her husband controlled her decision. Not sure how to overcome that one.
Yeah.
So usually what I say is
Jeremy,
if you go back and you watch the Twerking and Oreos Zoom, do you guys feel like
you
I
guys
just
feel
dance
like
around things,
I
or
just
do you
dance around things, or
right
you like
into it?
get right into it?
Is there any dancing around whatsoever?
I'm talking to someone.
You talking to a seller?
Yeah.
Jeff says I dance around.
No, you're not. All right,
I don't dance around. I jump right into it. Right? The whole time I told this
What?
guy, I don't think I can help you.
What's that?
I think you're a glutton for punishment.
We can listen.
I think you
Okay,
enjoy
I'll
being-
unmute when they answer. I'll
I
unmute.
think you have some emotional attachment to the house. This doesn't make sense to me.
Follow me for
You
sure.
don't seem to have any motivation to sell this house whatsoever.
Lex, you see how I call that BS real quick?
Right? 1000% dig
Oh,
right
man.
into it. So when somebody says to me,
But yeah,
I'm
that's so
the
loud,
only
though.
decision maker, I go,
Yeah,
oh my
yeah,
gosh,
yeah.
thank you so much for
Thank
saying
you
that,
so much.
because here's what happens a lot of times.
All the time.
So Jeremy, here's how to overcome
Jeremy.
this. Hopefully everybody's paying
I
attention.
love it.
Ready?
Yes, Jeff says you dance around getting information, just hanging out. So I told the seller, I don't even think you
I
want to
think
sell
you want to sell.
to anybody. I don't think you're ready to sell whatsoever. I just got right into it. Okay.
So I get right into it.
Yep. And I said all that stuff too. Like, let's be honest, you don't really want to sell.
Really want to sell.
Even if we came up with a good deal, even if we gave you $24,000,
$4,000.
you're just
And
gonna
if you
say
give
no.
it,
And I told
you're
the
gonna
seller,
say
I said,
no.
No is your middle name. Did anybody catch that in the call?
No is your middle
So
name.
your middle name is no. Right? So here's how to bring that up, Jeremy. This is specifically, somebody needs to take note of this. Okay?
Hello?
Hey,
As
is
I
this
say, oh my
Monica?
gosh, thank you so much for telling me that.
Good afternoon. How can I help you?
Yeah, I'm calling about the property you guys have on West 72nd Street.
Yes, it's actually currently under contract.
Got it. That's good. When are they planning to close?
I believe it's later on this month.
Got it. So they're going through inspections and all?
If you want, I can give you the phone number. But yes, I'm not completely sure right now at this moment, but yes, it is going through the process of closing.
Got it. Are you the owner or an agent?
Yeah, I'm also an agent. So I'm the owner and I'm an agent.
Oh, I see. Cool then. I guess I'll check back next week and see in like 2 weeks or so and see what happens. I hope you guys saw it.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
Yeah. So Dylan says, I usually say that sounds like a silly question. But what has happened to me before, right? I always throw out third-party stuff like my last seller this, my last seller that, my this, that, and the other. You guys, how many times did I tell this lady third-party stories? Everything is a third-party story. Okay. So, do we have the upfront contracts? Have we all established what the upfront contract should sound like? Are we all on the same page? Give me a bunch of yeses. 108 people in here.
High performance coach.
You solid on this? Is this helping people? Is this good to clarify what questions get asked on what?
Dude, that would be fucking
Daryl Ellison, do your third-party stories need to be true? No, they don't need. There's going to be a church-going sub-2 student's going to hate me for telling you this, but yeah, you got a white lie. Most of my stuff is all truth, but it's an extrapolation from previous stories, and I create a version of the truth. I'll take a piece of this story, a piece of that story, a piece from a book I read, or whatever. Or I'll even leverage somebody else's story. Like if I'm talking to Jamil, and Jamil tells me a story about a buyer, and then I'm on the phone with the buyer, I'll say, oh yeah, me and my partner and such, right? Just extrapolate whole.
Called me from this number twice.
I'm a church-going folk too. Saying, I had one time I was like 24. I had this long hair, and that long hair is not befitting of such. Why are you busting my chops over long hair? Really, what we're talking about here? It's like Allen Iverson was like,
going back to what you were saying,
we're talking about practice.
Did that, and
Come on.
He said it really helped him.
All right, cool, Jeff. Thank you so much for doing that. This is super helpful. Look at this, guys. Thanks, Jeff. Boom.
He was like, I know you're strapped with money. You don't have the money.
Boom, boom, boom. All right. So pain. Let's go into the pain step.
Yeah, it's amazing, man.
So what's great about the upfront contract, what's great about the bonding and rapport step, a lot of times when you ask the questions that we ask in the bonding and rapport step, it actually doubles down and gets you ready to hear.
To make you ready.
Right? So like catch me up to speed, where are you at with this, what's going on,
leave your
you know, those
message
types
for
of things.
3
What were some
0
really good
5
pain
7
things that I threw out in this
3
lady's
5
face? Like, let's say that you have a seller that you're having a hard time extracting pain. What are some things you can
What
say to
are
a
some things
seller
you can say to a seller?
that will
Yeah,
actually
you remind me of me where I had the job. I left
Actually.
my job and decided to
help pull out some pain? A
Help.
really hard one,
Pull out
right?
some
Like
pain.
that Jennifer Shelton seller, really challenging seller. What were some of the things that we said to this lady on the phone?
So when you were a little bit worried whether you were able to do this,
Doesn't
and
seem
be
like you're ready to
responsible
sell.
you know, be
That's a good one, Daryl.
visionary,
Daryl says, "What are you going to do if you don't
or
sell?"
just like doing the business.
Or another way to say it is like, "What are your plans if you don't sell?" Or what are your plans if you don't get the number you need? Right?
That
Nick, that's a good one, dude.
That's a
Says,
good
sounds
one,
like
yeah.
if you didn't
Sounds
sell
like-
for another year, that wouldn't be a good deal for
Please
you.
leave your message for
Or sounds like if you kept this property, it really wouldn't be that big of a deal for you.
Big of a deal.
So it's like I know I'm capable, and it's not.
So that whole call, that 58-minute call with Oreo lady,
To me, so it's like
was me
About
essentially
this.
continually going back to pain over
I feel
and
like I can
over
take
and
Over
over.
and over
And
and over.
essentially, what am I doing?
Essentially, what am I doing?
Okay?
Same way with my
Think of
wife.
yourself
Like,
as
the fact that it's not that she
who plays video games in here, or at least has watched people play video games, right? They kill a character, that character's ammunition and all their stuff falls out on the floor, and then you run over and you pick up all the ammunition, right?
Exactly.
That's kind of like talking to a seller for
Talking to a seller.
I'm essentially sniping one bullet at a
One
time,
bullet at a time.
and when they talk, they just give up all the ammunition and you're hoarding it. Oh, no, and go one by one, and I'll take notes on the call, blah, 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 or you said this, that, and the other, or you said this, that, and the other. I'm essentially just letting them talk.
It's the truth.
Happens.
I'm giving them permission to talk.
So you saying that was cool because
When you listen to this Dropbox link,
I only know you from now. Like
I'm gonna give it to you guys again. When you listen to this Dropbox link, you will hear I had to retell her my name 45 minutes into the bio
you would
appointment.
be so transparent, you know.
There's no problem, sorry.
'Cause,
Let's
I
just
know,
go just
The
get it
best
further.
one on that Dropbox link is I kept bringing up she's Indian or Native American. Sorry for being politically
doing that,
incorrect,
especially like what.
but she's Native American, so I used the totem pole analogy on her.
Okay.
I said, "Do you know what a totem pole is?"
Especially, you know.
And she was like, "Yes, I know what a totem pole is." Like,
Yeah,
okay.
that the men they don't.
I go, "Okay, well, you're a landlord, and that means you're at the bottom of the totem pole. You own a property that's hemorrhaging money at the bottom of the totem pole. What's at the top of the totem pole?" She's like, "An eagle." I go, "Okay.
I found myself
Is there any
so much
coincidence why like most
burden
banks have an eagle in their
sharing
logo?
The sensitive things.
Because the bank is the top of the totem pole."
Shit, bro. Like, if all I did.
And she was like, "Gosh," she's like, "That's what I want to be. I want to be the eagle. I want to be the totem pole."
I want to be the totem pole.
Yeah.
Right?
Totem pole. I want to be the totem pole.
So
Yeah.
So,
Joseph.
what happens is when you get into people's pain, they get into the pain stuff.
what's up, Gaston? I'm
You
talking
are
I'm talking
extracting
to
ammunition
Pace.
to then throw back on them, right? Essentially, you're like just
Double-
gathering fuel to just
double
continually
dating.
stoke that flame, right? Stoke that flame, stoke that flame, stoke that flame. Okay.
That's it.
So, what are some
Please
good
leave your
pain
message
questions
for
that I haven't brought up? Who's got some good pain
9,
questions?
9,
What's that?
Ooh, Mitch has got it.
Don't let me mess your process up.
No. Dude, you're the GOAT.
Whoever said progress is a
Good
slow
God.
process. I'm a PIMP. Plus, I got the magic stick.
But,
A really good one. So, what's it costing to this? And you guys will hear this in that Dropbox link. Go listen to that Dropbox link. The Dropbox link said, I tell her, I go, so essentially, you've been bleeding money on this property, about $300-$400 a month. Is that right? Because she didn't tell me the number. I just kind of calculated in my mind. I was like, so you're telling me,
5,
and
4, 9, 1, 8, 6, 5, 5, 9.
Hello, you've reached Beth Alexander Wilson. Please leave your name, number.
Six 991 W14 C Yeah. Leah. Yeah.
Guys, I gotta go on a meeting.
Here
open?
on
Yeah.
this. I go, so
That'd
you're
be
retired,
other
right? She goes,
room,
yeah.
Mr. Shipper?
I go, so you're spending your
Yeah,
pension
this
money,
is
which was like your
somebody-
hard-earned money.
Money.
You're spending
He's
that
a
pension
part
money
of
to keep this
our
property
marriage
afloat.
ministry
She goes,
group.
yes, I am. I go,
And she was like, hey,
wow. Wow. Okay, so let me ask you a question.
little bit about
You could use that money
like,
for maybe buying like arts and crafts for your grandkids for like once a month. You guys just get together, you're in your garage, you paint some stuff, and you get to actually spend your money on building memories with your grandkids. Isn't that a better use of your family's money?
Ninja stuff, you know.
And she was like, yeah, she's like almost starts crying because she realizes like I'm wasting this picture for her. Paint the picture, paint the picture.
No?
So
Hey,
I have to be here for 3:00. So
That's a really good one. Mitch says reverse.
Am I talking to the owner of East 58th Street, Leah?
Yes, huh?
Yeah. I'm calling about that property. Are you guys looking to sell it?
Yes.
Good. Oh shit. All right. Got it. When is it gonna close?
I know it's later on this month.
Okay. Okay, then I'll check later this month, like 2 weeks.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Good luck.
Take care.
Shoot, why are you saying, oh,
And there's some
shit?
sellers that you can say the full.
What are you talking to me, Lex?
Yeah. Are you saying, oh, shoot? Or are you saying, oh, shit?
Oh shoot.
Shoot. Okay.
Sentence like Carlos says. So if you don't make a decision today,
How
how much will it cost you over the next 60 days? That's a natural way of saying it, right? So you guys have got to rehearse this. Take a line, adapt it to your personality. Because what the best sales training really is how to be a better version of yourself. Because Joey Strange is going to close deals that I can't close, believe it or not. And I'm able to close a couple of deals Joey can't close.
Strange.
And that's just how it is. You got to be yourself. So adapt, take these questions, and adapt them for your own personality. Dylan has a really good one.
Really good one.
He says, so why would you even consider selling to an investor?
Why would you even consider selling to an investor?
I never say the word myself in my actual daily life, so it would be hard for me to actually use that word. So all I'm doing is I know everybody's throwing out examples, but I'm coming back to you guys and letting you know you have permission to adjust these to your own personality. Okay? And Dylan, I don't think Dylan would actually say that either, but it's a really great sentence. He would probably say, hey, why would you even consider doing business with me? Why would you even consider creating a good situation with me, right? Whatever that is, come up with something that adapts to your personality. If you don't sell, what is your next move? I love it. Love it. So another one, going back to the Oreo Zoom, I asked her multiple times, I go, so what happens if you actually evict these people? And there's actually
Oh, yo,
the property's
Joseph,
torn up.
do you see that, were you in Zero to Hero today?
What if,
for a little bit,
right?
A little
So
bit.
here's a couple of
Do you
things,
see what they're
right?
going over that Freedom Soft CRM?
Yes. I was there for like 10 minutes though, so don't quote me.
Okay.
Yeah. I saw Rob
Okay,
Swanson
never mind.
go over
That's
the
my
part with what was it? The leads, pulling up the leads, getting a list. I was there.
Yeah.
You got like 200, I think, or was that vacant?
Yeah.
No, no, no.
Decision. That's my decision notes real quick.
It's real quick.
Okay, so now everything that comes from the pain is where you start presenting, right? You don't present anything until you have the pain.
The pain.
Did you guys pay attention that I never actually brought up terms or pricing with this lady until I understood where her pain was? It took us literally 42 minutes to get to that point. I didn't bring up, hey, well, can we take over your mortgage until like the 38-minute mark? Right? Or, hey, what should I tell my partners as I'm getting off the phone with you? I got to leave some notes. What should I write down on my piece of paper? Right?
So no.
Daryl, he's getting this from Nick. Love it. Jorge says, what if the seller gets offended when you ask what they're going to do with the money? Well, that means you didn't come off smooth, bro. Do you think there's a question I could not ask a single seller? You just have to change your inflection, change your tone.
Good tone.
Right?
Good tone.
Has anybody ever heard me talk to a seller where I'm like, well, why don't you be my private lender? Or what are you going to do with the money?
What are you gonna
Right? Just practice it. Go back to those. And the reason a seller will typically say that to you, that's really good feedback.
Very good.
Right? If you shoot a basketball shot and it bounces off the rim, that's good feedback. You just got to adjust a little bit. Okay? Step back a little bit, whatever. So go back and practice it until it sounds smooth. Adjust the words that you're using, and then you go, oh yeah, this is really good. Sounds confident. Listen to the way I say it, how fast I say it, right?
It's the same.
Yeah, I did tell somebody that. I said, why don't you, I go, put me in your will, man. I did say that to that guy in Florida. That was funny. Yeah, Christine Morales says, would it be cool to be like, man, these days it'd be nice to get away? Yeah, regarding what they're going to do with their money? Absolutely. So again, a lot of sales has to do with not just these one-liners, but it's adapting it to your personality. So I would suggest everybody go and learn, maybe probably another book that I'm probably going to read is, I don't really need this, but I think it might be a good topic, is how to gain self-confidence, right? How to sound confident, etc. And I think that's like an inner thing that I can't pull out of you. We got to figure out how to extract that ourselves. Look at Jeff Smith crushing this, by the way. Holy crap. Love it. All right, so budget. Budget. So now we've gone through bonding and rapport. Now, bonding and rapport, in my opinion, is like all the way through the whole process, right? Bonding and rapport is constantly going through the whole process. But when you're done with pain, what you do now is you utilize pain as your future information that you drop on them inside of each one of these. Boom, ba boom, ba boom. Okay? So, how do we get into the budget step? What's a good question? What's a great question to get into budget? So, here's a great question. I'll start it off. What are you willing to do to get this problem off your chest, or to get this problem off your plate, or what would it take for us to actually solve this problem, or what do we got to do to create a situation where you no longer have this problem? What else do we got, guys?
What else we got, guys?
What offers did you get so far? Like that? What offers did you get so far?
You're gonna have to put a lot of pine needles here to kind of give the front front, something beautiful. Once again, Francis hates landscaping, so I'm not going to leave the landscaping up to him. Maybe his wife will take charge on that. And if you can look, I'm in so much shade. Shade is good, but not for rooftops. And so with all the leaves and all the debris from the trees falling on top of the house, what happens is if it's not cleaned regularly, it creates mold. And mold starts to grow. It starts to rapidly deteriorate the shingle. You don't want that. So one of the first things we're going to do is cut some of these limbs back off of the house so that we can extend the life expectancy of this roof so we don't have a problem. But as I start to look closer, I'm starting to see things that I know is just going to cost us lots of money. This entire faucet under here is ruined, so it's going to have to get pulled down. The new gutter system has to get pulled down. The windows need screens, which is not bad. And then you look here on this faucet, it's completely. Yeah, the soffit is rotten. I don't know. Yeah, I guess with. I keep saying soffit. I keep saying faucet. Sorry, don't cuss me out in the comments. So the soffit here is completely deteriorated. And one that's for two things: rainwater running off and being sitting. The gutters are being clogged up. And then you can see they had some type of direct TV there that they drilled into, but then the trees being here on top of that really rapid. You know what? I think they didn't do silicone around those holes from the screws. So down water and look what it did. Stop putting satellite dishes on your rooftop. Find somewhere else to put them because if you don't put them correctly, it's going to cost you way more than cable will ever cost you because of the bad holes. Because of the bad holes in there, water goes in there, and water and wood don't mix, especially if it's not sealed. And over time, even if it is, it's gonna deteriorate. So the interior soffit up here has to be redone. So the wood siding looks in good shape. So that's good. The roof is borderline, you know. Some end, you see the edges here. That's from probably.
Oh, Nick, great one, dude. That's a great one, Nick. Nick says you probably haven't even had the chance to think about what you even want for the place. Right? I also, that's a great one, Nick. I like that. The way I will usually say that is I'll say, so when you sat down with your husband or when you sat down with your wife, what number did you guys come up with? And a lot of times they'll say, well, we haven't really done it. I'll go, you know, I hear that a lot. But, you know, in the brief conversations that you got, what's that magic number? I don't know. I go, are you saying you don't know because you're not afraid to tell me? I hardly ever get to that point anymore because now I'm so confident in the way that I say it. I rarely get people to say, I don't know, I don't know. Usually I can extract a number from people really, really easily. So Lewis says, what if it's a cold call and you called them out of the blue? So Lewis, go back to the very beginning, how I set up an upfront contract where I go, hey, I'm an investor. I only buy 2 houses a week. I'm looking for families that I can help. Where we can work out a situation where they would get a cash offer for their property, blah, 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 blah. Are you open to a cash offer? No, I'm not open to a cash offer. Yeah, I'm open to a cash offer. Okay, great. What would that look like for you guys? What would get you excited about selling your house to me? That's how you have that conversation. It's the same questions, just a little bit different in the process.
Same questions.
What number will put a smile on your face? Right? The question I had with this lady is I said, in 60 days when we're done with this transaction, how much money do you have in your pocket?
Please leave your message.
Because that avoids the conversation of what price do you want for the home, and now it focuses on how much money they want in their pocket. Because at the end of the day, that's what they care about, right?
What they care about.
So imagine in 60 days we're done with the transaction. How much? Oh, Dylan's. This is one of my main lines I use. So imagine you have a magic wand.
Please leave your
Right? You
message.
pull that magic.
305-639-0470.
Calling, texting about property you guys have.
Please leave your message for
Listed
22.
on listed on 1750 40 West Street, APT 503.
Hi, Daryl. Do you know the owner of
No,
Hanging Up on Me?
no, 543 110. Oh, Tower V.
Please leave your message for
Okay. So 71 days. Realtor do not contact. I shall only. Huh. Okay. 462 4.
So you can.
Hello. Hey, this is Joseph. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hey, this is Joseph. Can you hear me?
Hey.
Hey, I'm calling about your property. You have an apartment 308. I am mad.
Please leave your message for 786. Please leave your message for
Want me? It's all from schools such as Jonathan. So,
Please leave your message for
Alright. Yeah. Hello. Hey, can you hear me?
Hello.
On 8th Street?
Hello.
Okay. I'm calling about you guys' property 8th Street.
Street.
11. Yeah, that's the one.
We have 7 properties for sale. 6 properties.
You
Is
say
it for yourself or are you an agent?
I'm not an agent, but it's for myself as either just to see if it's a flip or an investment opportunity or rental.
Okay, so it's a 4-bed, 3-bath house.
Mhm.
And is a half block away from the 12th Avenue.
Oh.
And the house is divided into parts, so you can find the main house that has a kitchen and 1 bathroom, and but in the back there is another mini
There's another
apartment
mini
with a small living room and kitchen as well.
kitchen as well. Got it. And yeah, so is it like 2 separate units or it's just a small size? Got it. So is it a duplex then?
No, one duplex. So it's 1-story property.
Got it. And you said the owner has a lot of property.
Yeah, 7 properties. I'm the property manager, so we're selling 7 of his properties right now.
Okay. And is he looking to sell like all of them together? Are they in Hialeah or are they in separate cities?
They're in different addresses, but they are all in Miami.
Got it. So what is he trying to accomplish? Is it like he's trying to get out of the business company?
Say that again?
What is he trying to accomplish?
No, he's just selling the properties. They're currently they're selling them.
So he's gonna wait to get out and then remodel?
Already left, and some of them want the house to be remodeled, so we're having permission from them to remodel the house.
I see. Okay. So I mean, for this property, is it vacant or is there a tenant?
There are tenants units, but if you want to schedule a
And do you know when they're gonna leave? I mean, you know, we might
negotiate with them because we have different contracts with them, but we can negotiate with them so they can leave as we sell the property.
I see. But sometimes it's hard, you know, if they have a contract like a 1 or 2 years. Like I talked to a seller yesterday that a 3-year contract.
It's less than that. It's just a few months.
Got it. Makes sense. All right.
Month contract, and some of them are 6 months.
Hi, this is Shama.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. I guess you guys are going to list it after you like after
Yeah,
the tenant.
we're renovating the exterior of the house, so we're painting and fixing the gardening and the stuff that needs to get done from the outside of the property.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking all of this because you know, I was just wondering. I saw it listed for sale by owner, and I was just wondering why isn't he listing it with an agent?
Yeah, it's directly from the investors, as I mentioned, so we're selling international. But it's the reason we're offering 3% for buyer's agent representatives for each property.
I see. So he's trying to save money by doing that, right?
Well, actually, I do all the listing and the follow-up on the call, so we don't need an agent. That's kind of my job.
Yeah, I'm not an agent. Don't worry. I'm just because he's asking
No,
almost.
that's fine if you are. If you are, great, because then you can help us and then get commission out of it.
Definitely. Yeah. So you know, I'm seeing he's asking 553, and houses around there are going for 550. You say,
Yeah.
where do you think the lowest will go for all this stuff, closing costs, repair?
Can you say that again? It's just I'm listening to you.
No problem. I'm saying, what do you think is the lowest they can go if we take all the repairs and closing costs?
Well, you can proposal, and then we can take it from there. How about that?
Got it. I mean, before I send, I mean, you said the price is negotiable. Um, have you,
I say what?
have you had other calls from investors, flippers?
Yeah, we have 2 offers on this property that will be closed by Saturday.
Okay, on the same property? Okay, so is it better if I call you guys back on Saturday?
I will say before Saturday, because we're gonna close and make a decision by Saturday with the 2 offers that we currently have.
Got it. And are they close to
But
550?
I will advise you to schedule a showing so you can go see it.
Yeah, I can come and see it definitely. It looks like it needs work. It's hard. Not too much, but you know, the cabinets looks like actually new.
I will advise you, and then you can propose.
Uh,
It's ideal.
Makes sense. So, hours and then for Saturday and see with an offer we can present, and then present to
Okay.
the owner.
you wanna schedule a showing before Saturday?
Yeah, actually that's possible, but I don't want to give you a time. I mean, you know, the seller is almost asking retail, so most of the properties when you pay cash, you pay retail. Um, you know, I was just wondering. I mean, if he's would buy properties in a different way on terms, but I don't know if that's something that the seller is willing to do.
Yeah, as I said, just schedule a showing, go see it, and send your proposal with the terms that you think you can offer, and see what he decides.
Okay, that works. That works. Okay,
That's
and let
fine.
me
Okay.
let me just go back to my team and pass this information, and then I'll call you back and see if we can schedule a showing.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye bye.
Oh, so you changed the whole thing. Yeah, I mean that works because that I won't have to change that if we get it from you.
I actually think I used the example on that line.
And let me see, because you're spelled K.
That's a really good billing. Really good one.
I didn't want to mispronounce it. Yeah, and my partner, I have him, Nitiro. It's spelled Ntiro, and people call it Rose. So I would like to get my partner, my
Ooh,
underwriter,
Tia, that was
available later on today for him to give you a call.
great.
So we
Great.
can talk about
I haven't out and spoken to them yet. I'm like, well, then how do they have reason to sell to you, right? They have to have the motivation. So here's the thing with creative with traditional cash transaction, right? That's sub 2, that's cash, that's novation agreements, that's lease option purchases, stuff like that. What on seller?
Hey, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Yeah, I'm calling about the property you guys have sitting on Zillow for quite some time, you know. So I was just calling to see what you guys plan next.
plan, is that what you said?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Well, I mean,
I mean,
we've had a couple offers. We this one, the other ones were too low, so we just kind of have a number in our mind that we want to get for it. That's kind of why we haven't sold it. It's not like we haven't had offers, but you know, we just want looking for the right.
Okay, got it. So I'll cut to the chase. So what's that number you guys are looking for?
We need 500 for it, realistically.
Got it. Got it. Yeah, so 500. I mean, it looks like it's almost retail and which is good. Are you guys, first of all, before even I go into that, I see it zoned as a multi-family and it was a school before. And I see a couple of
Yeah,
apartments.
it was daycare.
Okay. And what are rents going in the area? What are rents going for?
Not really too sure, to be honest. We had never rented it or operators for it for the last 30 years.
Got it. And was it a daycare for all that time?
Yeah.
Got it. And what's the reason for the daycare like just leaving? Is there an issue that happened that is related to the property, or it's just like nothing related to property?
No, my grandma was owner operator, and she decided to retire. She's 83, and she's done. So she sold two of her other properties, and this is pretty much the last one she's gonna sell. So, you know, like I said, we're just looking for the right buyer because we're not really like desperate or anything. That's all.
So got it. So I'm guessing you're the son.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I mean, there are two ways to cash on that. I think it's the same as the other offers you've gotten. Need to be a little bit low, probably around 380. But another way we buy properties is on terms. Are you familiar with?
What?
It's on terms.
Yeah, no, we're not looking to do any of that. We're just looking for a full offer.
Okay. If you don't mind me asking, why are you guys not looking for terms?
Because we know that you're gonna make money off of that. We're not interested in helping other people make money. We're interested in just selling it so that we can get ours. Kind of get at it.
Got it. Makes sense. All right. Yeah, I guess not a problem. I understand, yeah, you guys are looking to just get out of it. That's reasonable. So, I get it. All right. So, I mean, just in case you guys don't sell, are you guys gonna keep the property?
Yeah, I mean, worst case, we'll rent it or something. We're not really in a hurry. Like I said, we already sold a couple properties, so we're doing all right.
Awesome. Good then. So, what's the list? I mean, getting back to the cash offer, what's the list? Is it 500? The list that you guys can accept?
That's literally our bottom dollar. We already had an offer for 490, and we declined that. We need 500.
Okay. Cool. All right. So, I'll go and check the comps again, and then, if it works out for us, I'll give you a call back. But I see we're pretty close. I see 479. Um, yeah. I mean, if we're able to come up to that price, I'll give you a call back.
Okay. All right, man. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Thank you again for calling me back.
Have a good one. No worries. Thank you.
You too. Bye.
Calling you, texting, which I imagine you have. How will you know which one of those people's contract to sign and move forward with?
Before.
I don't know. Well, do you mind if I tell you what other sellers have told me? So they don't have to give you the answer.
I have to
Write that down. Do you mind if I tell you what other sellers have told me?
hold me.
Social proof, right? Social proof is like super important. So when you say decision make process do you use, how do we know that you made, how will you measure? I don't know. Well, do you mind if I tell you what other sellers have told me?
Other told
Yeah,
me.
sure, that'd be great.
Be great.
Or
Mr.
yeah,
Waters.
sure, I guess. Yeah. You know, it depends on the person. They're all saying the same thing. They just all have different personalities and different tonalities.
Just
So
call
they
me to see if
say,
you were still breathing, man.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, whatever. Tell me. Well, a lot of sellers tell me that they want to make sure they're doing business with somebody who's actually close, because a lot of times 80% or more of the people that get into contracts with investors, quote unquote investors, those contracts fall apart. And at the last minute, those other investors renegotiate and say, oh, is my lender or is my contractor that prevented me from doing the deal, can I get a discount of $20,000? So a lot of my sellers will say that they will know they made a good decision when they know that the investor they sign with won't be doing that to them in the future. They want to know that if they work out an agreement, that's the agreement. There's nothing else that's going to change.
We've been in communication.
Is that something that's important?
They're good to go.
Right? So decision.
I'm gonna go in there and at least.
Another one is, when do you see yourself moving forward? If not right now, when do you see yourself moving forward?
I just had my guy go over there yesterday or today.
So I always tell sellers this as well. I always tell sellers, I go, look, the most important thing for me is not hearing a yes that we can work out a deal.
Just kind of.
Hey, hello. My name is Joseph. I'm calling about you guys' property on 4th Avenue.
I'm sorry?
I see you guys have a property listed on 4th Avenue.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, so I mean, what can you tell me about the property?
What would you like to know?
To start with, the condition it's in.
The entire unit was redone 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Got it. Is there a renter?
Bathrooms, floors, everything was redone.
Okay.
So you're picking up quite a bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're on speakerphone or.
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello, can you hear me?
Barely, but go ahead. What else can I answer for you?
Yeah. Is it rented at the moment?
It is rented, yes.
Cool. Yeah, so the reason I even called, I see you guys say that you're open to owner financing.
Correct.
Got it. What kind of terms are you guys looking for?
Well, I don't know your financial situation. I mean, you may not like my terms if I throw them out at you. 50% and a 2-year balloon.
50% and 3 years balloon.
A 3-year balloon.
2 years balloon. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I think we definitely cannot do that.
And that's why I said, I don't know your financial situation, so you tell me what you're comfortable with. You ask me what I would like, well, that's what I would like, but I know I'm not going to get it.
Yeah. Most of the houses we do 10 or 15% down, and we would like to be
How
around
much?
10 to 15%
How
down.
much down, sir?
10 to
Yeah,
15%.
10% wouldn't cover my, 10% wouldn't cover my costs. So I got to go to court.
You said you gotta go to 40?
No, I said 10% down would not cover my expenses if I got to take you to court for non-compliance with the contract.
Yeah, that's a good question, because most of the deals that we do owner financing, we sign a deed in lieu of foreclosure. Have you ever heard of that?
I really can't understand you. You're so mumble.
I'm saying most of the contracts that we do owner financing, we sign a deed in lieu of foreclosure.
Well, I wouldn't do anything like that again. The minimum I would do is 25% down.
Okay. So I mean, if we're able to do 25% down, is this something you move forward with?
Yes, it would. You put everything in writing to me, and I'll forward it to my attorney, and then my attorney can deal with your attorney or with whoever you deal with.
Got it. Got it. And what's the term you want to do? Number of
Well,
years.
once again, you tell me what you're comfortable with, and then I'll come back with the counter offer.
Yeah. Most of the times we want to be around 7 to 10, preferably 15 years.
That sounds good. How many years?
7, 10, 15 years.
No, I'm not a bank, sir. I'm not a bank. I won't be alive in 15 years.
Got it. So what would you do? What's the most you would do? You mentioned 2
The
years.
most I'll do is a 5-year balloon.
Okay. Okay.
I
Cool.
can do 25% down. We can do 10%, 5 years.
Okay. I think that's possible. So you mean, wait, when you say 10%, do you mean 10% down?
That's correct. No. 10% interest, not 10% down. Like with 25% down.
Okay.
Or you can do, if you don't want to go that route, you can also do principal only for 5 years. A specific rate.
You said principal only. Do you mean interest only or principal only?
I'm sorry, interest only for 5 years.
Okay. Got it. And interest only 10%, 5 years, 25% down.
Correct.
Cool. I think that might be possible. Let me just run up the numbers and see if it work, and then I'll discuss with my team, and then I'll give you a call back. Is it possible to give you a call back in like an hour or two?
Yeah, that's fine. The other thing you may want to consider, if you don't want to pay full price for the property, you pay closing costs. We can discount it.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, that's reasonable actually. So you mean like if we pay the closing costs and all of that, you cut the price down?
Correct.
Okay. We can discuss that too. Cool. So let me just run the numbers and see. I mean, I get the feel we're kind of close. I'll see what number we come up with. So I'll come up with a final kind of offer, and then we can talk more about it.
Sounds like a plan.
All right. And what's your name again?
Let me ask you, are you guys investors or are you?
We invest, we buy flip properties with flip projects, and we also buy rentals.
So that doesn't really answer my question. So you're a group of investors, or you're an LLC? What are you?
LLC.
You're an LLC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean all of that when it comes to closing, we'll send all the information and the properties that we own and all of that.
Oh, I'm not interested in that. My attorney will do his due diligence, and then he'll tell me yes or no.
Got it. That sounds good.
All right, very good. Get back to me, and we'll take it from there. What was your name again?
Joseph.
All right, Joseph. Very good.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye. Microwave. The stove microwave combo. Yeah, I think that'd give a good model. Right now, I'm looking, there's nowhere to put the microwave. So there's been a lot of gadget pop. So I think more the stove counter. And then you still have some sort of a dining three people here. So thinking about it, that, I think it was different than just a big kitchen. So look, so you start to get more footage. You really start to understand what you want to do and the things you should do if it makes sense when it comes to flipping home. So we got a tight budget here. We got $3,000. To go do some stuff. Make it bigger. And yeah. Then again, it's such a better one bathroom. So like I said, downsizing it's in a great school district, which is awesome. So it's going to sell fast. There's like one kid, so perfect for them. But most of so let's go outside and see. It's been landscaping and the exterior. I think this is where we're going to spend most of our money. Unfortunately, Francis hates landscaping, but this property is going to be landscaping in Tennyson. There's a problem with the neighbor's side of the house. It's like a jungle. You have to put some type of private vinyl fence to hide that. You don't want to pull in your driveway or sit in your backyard. Now, if you were my late mastermind Thursday, I broke this down in detail. Fire, right? So, it's not here. Alright, so, just this one season super lunch. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get fucking married. So, what I call this system is my lead flow is my conveyor belt. It's how our company runs through it cycles through and makes sure that we get all the leads and squeeze every juice out of it, right? So, a show of hands, if I send you a postcard in the mail, how many of you will read it? Raise your hand. Okay. So you guys regularly go out and check your mail. Let's say, oh, you don't even read it. Okay, that's good. Yeah. If I call you from an unknown number that you do not know in your phone, how many guys answer unknown numbers? Some people do. Rich Francis, he picks up every phone call all the time. Feels like he's going to say something. How many of you guys listen to every single voicemail that's ever put in your system? Okay. God, I see that. I'm giving you
want you there. I need you.
I'll send this to you guys so you can look at it closely too. So this is how we put the conveyor through our system. So you're gonna have all these RPMs on top. So imagine this as some funnels that you're throwing leads into. And what happens is we create this marketing method when I'm ready. And then as we talk to somebody, contact the person, they start to drop in 3 buckets. You guys know what buckets they are? That's pretty close. You got the trash. That's that definite don't ever call me again. Don't talk to me if you lose my number. I hope you got that. You guys are all those who know cold calls. Your next bucket is your follow-up bucket. Right? They say that 60-something% of salespeople do not follow up. 60%. So you just follow up, you got another chance. And the next one is people. So they're going to go 3 buckets. The effort bucket, the follow-up bucket, and the money bucket. What happens is you go our way by this tax and labor list, right? List of 10,000 people. And we're going to start with our cheapest marketing method first. So to move over into the ring list, this is going to move over into the RVM campaign. 10,000 leads. And we're going to RVM these people over 3 to 4 different times, and every single message is going to be different and genuine. Raise your hand if you've ever done RVM. Give me an example of your RVM voice on this side. That's pretty simple. He said his name. He said he saw your property. I'm a local investor. I think it's nice. I would like to buy it. Give me a call back. How many of you guys have heard of that voicemail? We're thinking of spam right there. Not many. Only a few. So what I do something similar, a little bit more ums and ahs and stuff like that. Hey, my name is Max. I never use my name by the way. Hey, my name is Max, and this is a real voice. My name is Max, and I think. And I don't even know you. This call's probably crazy. I think you got a house for sale. If you're interested in selling that house, give me a call. Just shoot me a text message. And once again, I'm sorry for calling you out of the blue. Just give me a call back if you're interested in selling. Now, if you heard that, do you think that's spam? Absolutely. So every time we send in our message, hey, this is Max. I called you last week. And if it's not the right person, I apologize. But give me a call if you're still interested in selling that property you got. Then the next one, hey, this is Max. Hey, I sent you something in the mail last week, and I think it's at the right address. It's about that property I think you're interested in selling. Give me a call back. Hey, this is Max. Listen, I'm guessing I got the wrong
Yeah,
number.
we really want to go to Northeast, honestly. I probably am going to spend 10 days up in the Northeast, like New Jersey, New York, a couple of the other northern states as well. And we're going to spend a lot of time. Tia, I'm filming. Jamil and I are filming
Out of that,
a couple of ads with the DeLorean. We got the DeLorean. We're going to film some ads with the DeLorean in LA. I think that's April 14th. And then on April 16th, I'm on Jordan Belfort's podcast, The Wolf's Den.
those 4,000 people
And
we
then
contact
I'm
are
going
gonna
to be probably doing a meetup the day after or a couple days after. We'll do a meetup with everybody.
Now what I've done is I've eliminated everybody.
So,
Actually,
all right, everybody, was this good? Everybody got good value out of this? You guys feel like you can go back to these questions? And thank you again, Jeff. Jeff is the freaking man.
So do I have the same list that started with 10?
And everybody that took notes, thank you so much. This was really good. This was the number 6 of 6. So I did 5 myself, and then we did a 6th one with Steve Train. He did like the perfect seller. Okay. So if you guys want additional help on this, number 1, generate leads. Number 2, go to the night Nick at Night with my team. Nick, I think he's locked up like 3 or 4 contracts in just the last 4 or 5 days of helping students. So go watch Nick. Right, Nick knows this process. He's been trained by me. Does a good job. The one with Steve Train was, I gotta recreate that. I gotta go get that Zoom. Sub 2 2.0 is gonna be a lot easier to find where the Zooms are, just FYI, but I'll release that one.
4,000, and now my team only has to make cold calls.
So I will see you guys in 25 minutes. We're gonna be doing the exit strategy Zoom at 10 a.m. And that one will be probably a good hour to an hour and 20 minutes. We'll make it quick. And then going forward, what my plan is, we're gonna go through the strategy Zoom, show you guys all the entrance and exit strategies all together over the course of an hour. And then what we'll do is going forward each Saturday, I'm gonna start doing a case study on an actual deal that I'm in the middle of. I'm gonna show you where the deal came from, the recorded calls. I'm gonna give you the documents, my exit strategy, my numbers, all of that stuff. So Tommy says, where's the link to that one? So the link to all of our Zooms, guys, are where? Where are the links? Guys, let's go through this. We have 111 people in here. Help me out. Where are the links?
Finally, they're going to get Drip Campaign over the next
They're in 3 locations, okay? 3 locations. Number 1, in the announcements on Facebook. Okay, so is everybody paying attention? Watch my screen. I'm going to show you guys how easy this is, but it's commonly not known why this is so hard, but it comes up all the time. I get it. So let's go to Facebook, sub 2. I'm going to go to the sub 2 Facebook. Check it out right here, announcement section. See the announcement? Let me remove this announcement. Let me remove this TV announcement. Nobody cares. There's Caroline. And then boom, right here. Every single week, guys, you click on see more and look at the Zoom links, right? The Zoom links are all in here. Zoom link, Zoom link, Zoom link. So here's the Zoom link for exit strategies right here. Passcode, Zoom link, all that stuff. And then there's a video. Did you guys know that every week I actually post a video explaining my schedule? Did everybody know that or no? Give me a no if you did not know that. Sunday, so tomorrow on Sunday, a video together with transcribe explaining every single I'm planning to. Thank you. So when somebody says where are the Zooms located, I have a hard time like understanding why. But I get it. I get it, right? So that's number 1. Always in the announcement section. My schedule is always in the announcement section. Number 2, they get emailed out every single week on Monday. I have Reagan email them to everybody. And then number 3, They are in sub2course.com. Oh, the recordings. Damn, here I am going on a freaking tirade right now, and they're not even talking about what I'm talking about. All right, guys, we will see you in 25 minutes on the Exit Strategy Zoom. See you in a little bit, guys. Thanks.
You need me there. You need me there. 524 6609 and 50 524 6609 and Tallahassee, William Drive, William Road.
Hello?
Hello, hi. Am I talking to the owner of 644 William Road?
Yeah, that house has been sold.
Oh, good. Okay, good for you. Yeah, it's still on Zillow, just to let you know.
Yeah, that should have been taken off. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Sold. This house has been sold. $93 days, 14 days, 23 days.
Please leave your message for. Please leave your message for.
Hello. I'm not available right now. Please leave your name, phone number, and a brief.
Follow up is key. Up is key.
Yo, what's good, guys?
Up is key.
Fine.
Yo, what up, what up?
Up, bro. Up.
Look who it is, bro. What up, dog?
I decided to show up for work today, man. A little late, but I decided to show up, man.
Decided to make some money today, huh?
If people make a little bit of money, go on vacation.
Yo, man. That's it. Yo, it's been raining out here, dude, so I've been trying to escape the damn rain. It's insane.
You in the Philippines, your phone don't work when it rains?
Nah, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
No, you can't be bullshitting about Kevin, bro.
No.
Kevin
Come
gonna
on,
call you
bro.
out.
I literally just got back from the chiropractor in West New York. So it was good though. Which y'all
Calling.
I actually got got a deal that I'm trying to work with my other guys. I'm trying to figure out if it's like what's the best route to, or what's the best exit strategy on this one. Y'all got some time?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
All right, so there's this old lady that lives in 3 houses. She has 3 houses. She has one in Cherry Hill, and one in Miami. So I flew to Miami to visit. There. It's a condo, and she's in pre foreclosure. So we're trying to help her out by to her payments, right? By purchasing her Philly property, so that she can move from Philly back to Florida.
Oh,
Now, what I'm trying to do is the Philly property is really the main squeeze because my boy got it under contract for 630, subject to, and we're trying to figure
30
630,000.
in Philly? What part of Philly is that?
Society Hill.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So this is a triplex, right? And it's right. It already has an appraisal of $1 million, right? And that's as is. So what we're thinking is, if you renovate that thing, it's probably going to be worth like 1.4 million. So what we're trying to do is turn it into an Airbnb for sure. And we're trying to do a 10-year balloon, right? But what we're coming up as that it does need some work. The house needs some work to make it, look really, really nice. And also out of pocket, we need like 75 grand out of pocket to basically purchase it subject to. That covers her, the payments to her and catching up the house, catching up the arrears. So what we're trying to do now is trying to figure out, all right, well, what's the exit strategy? Should we just catch her up to speed, or catch her up, move her back to Florida? We try to renovate or try to update these properties, do a refinance into a business or an LLC, or should we just touch up the house a little bit here and there, and then just do straight Airbnb? Refi cash out, take out the money, pay everything off, or should we just do a subject to, pay, kind of just get it ready for Airbnb, do Airbnb throughout the year and see how it is, and then if we find out that it's, we need to just update it, then we will. But I'm trying to think about what's the best way to pay the money, the private money lender too. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to find any lenders that are willing to hold it for like a year or two. I'm sure Kesson has a guy, but
Joseph, what would you do, bro?
Joseph, come on! I know you got the creative side, and I know you got it. So
Keston is trying to pump me up. I mean, I love thinking about this stuff, but it looks, if you have, Keston probably has the best answers. I'm just gonna give my beginner's answer.
Stop pulling yourself down, man.
I'm lifting you up, bro. So you say it's 600,000. You guys have it for 600,000, and the ARV is 1.3 solid.
I'm saying that they had an appraisal done last year, and it came up $1 million.
$1 million. Okay, so there's 400 in equity, and you guys are putting 73 down.
73 down, 75,000 to take it over.
And how much are you giving the seller? 40K? Is it 20?
50K. 50K to the seller.
50K. All right.
And that allows her to pay the arrears back in her, at her like place in what's this place called, Florida, and then still have some cash flow coming in as well.
Wait, so 50 is arrears and catching up whatever debt he has?
No, 75. Uh, 25 is the arrears. 50K is just to the seller.
Okay. Oh, because she has other properties? Is that the case?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And what about closing costs?
Closing costs is a good question. We might need a little bit more than that.
Maybe like 600. I don't know. Keston, how much do you think is a closing cost?
I'm pretty sure it's like
30?
1% of the purchase price.
Yeah, let's go with 1%.
So 1% is like six grand.
6 grand?
Hold on.
Six
Yeah, it is.
6 grand. Cool. And you said it's gonna be repaired into two ways. You can either just Airbnb it, and you can.
Like touch it up, right? Like touch it up, furnish it, and then just put it up on the listing and try to rent it out, see how it goes. That would be the first way. Or we want to try to see if we should, get a hard money loan, put the 30K down. I mean 30% down for a hard money loan, and they fund the rehab, and then basically refinance into a business LLC.
So the building, is it a building or is it a single family?
No, it's a 3-family. It's a triplex.
Triplex, okay. So you have
It's in Queen Village, which is like a really, really, really
good area.
up there market. Yeah.
Dude, I would say rehab it. I mean, if you can do that, I think that's the best way. So at the end of the day, everybody gets their money back. And now it depends. Does it cash flow? Does the rent like
Bro, we're
after
doing
you get?
Airbnb, man. I mean, yeah, the cash flows for sure. Cash flows, yeah. The mortgage is 1,800. Just in one unit alone, they're getting 2,300.
2,300?
Yeah.
Wait, and the mortgage is 1,800 for the whole triplex?
Yep. The reason why she's behind is because she's old and she had bad tenants. The tenant beat her up and everything, bro. It was so bad. Like it's a bad like situation.
So I mean, the tenants didn't. I mean, there is 3 units, so you only need 2 units to pay the mortgage. Was it like empty for 2 units?
She had during COVID, she had tenants that didn't pay, and she also had right now she has a tenant that's like that left the house, and she has three houses, man. She's not able to keep up. She's like losing her mind and everything. She's losing her memory.
So how many units right now? How many units are vacant?
1 unit's vacant. Oh, actually no. She's living in one.
Oh, she's living in one. So what are you gonna do about that?
We're moving her to Florida.
You're moving her to where?
To Florida.
Okay.
We're gonna catch up her arrears. Her arrears that she has in Florida condo. Because apparently she's behind there too. She's like behind, 20,000, I believe, over there. And then we're gonna take this one on.
Got it. So I guess that's the situation. Like after you move her, then you have, because she had 2 units and she was the owner, probably not paying rent herself, I guess. So the 2 units were covering the mortgage, and when one left, like right now, so if you move her,
They're both occupied.
both occupied?
Yeah, so one of them's paying rent and the other one is just bad. They're just bad tenants.
So will you guys, when you take the property over, is the lease ending soon? Like stuff like that.
One of them was just renewed not too long ago, but that's okay because that's being rented out like 2,200. So it's fine.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I would say like it looks like everything's working fine. I mean, the only thing like Airbnb, is it like Airbnb is solid? Because some places, the Airbnb.
Dude, this one can potentially bring like just one unit can bring like 4 to at least 7 or 8 grand a month.
Okay. So why are you worried? I mean, it looks like a straight up deal.
I'm trying to figure out what's the best route. Like, I'm not worried at all. It's just, trying to figure out like is there a lender out there that would? Because I talked to this one private money lender, and I don't know about him. Like I got a sticky feeling about him because he's saying that he's willing to like if you do, he's out in California, but he's like, yeah, I would do if you pay 30%. We'll basically fund the rehab 100%, and then still refinance you into a
New one.
into a new loan for like five. I think it was like 4.5 or 5%. Um, and then on top of that, um, it's going to be in a business or an LLC. So it's
So the LLC, what do you mean by it's going to be in an LLC?
like it's going to be refinanced into an LLC.
Which you and them will be owners?
Yeah, essentially.
So you're going to partner up with them, and you don't want to do that. Is that the case?
I'm not saying that. No, I mean we're partnering up on this.
Oh.
Me and two other guys. I'm just trying to figure out like, is that is that a valid option, right? Like, is that
So how much is the repairs like if you were to refinance the
I think
property
it's
out?
probably like close to like 150 to like maybe 180. Like the house is livable. The whole house is livable, but it's like outdated.
Got it. So 180, let's say 150 plus 70, that's about two. So if you had today, if you had 223, your problem would be solved, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I
So that's
mean,
why I'm like,
Keston, what do you think? I don't know about the hard money.
I'm interested in hearing what Keston has to say because
No, I think
I think it's
I think
great.
those are great questions that Joseph just asked. Because your entry fee is essentially based on you being able to pay them back is that 200 number because you gotta account for your renovation and to get into the deal.
Yeah.
Because you can't refinance without well, number one, you can't refinance. You have to have a lease to refinance. So you can't do Airbnb until after 6 months. Because if when you refinance into a commercial loan, you have to have at least a 6 month
Seasoning?
lease.
Oh, lease.
You gotta have at least a 6 month lease, so that and seasoning to be able to refinance. So that's why for all of my refinances that I'm doing, I'm gonna keep the tenant in there for at least 6 months, do a 6 month lease, and then on the fourth month, I'm starting the process, giving them that lease. Once the process is over, then I'm kicking them out, right? So because I need it to be able to refinance, but that's the only way I could think to pay back your lenders. So even if you didn't do anything and it appraised for $1 million right now, and you need the 70,000 to get into it, what's the purchase price of it?
630.
630 plus 75,000.
630 plus 75.
So you're at seven. You're at 705. So it could still work like straight up without doing anything to refinance out the lender. Because if it's appraised at $1 million, 75% of $1 million would be 750. So you could still pull equity out and pay off your private money in 6 months. So it could work as is right now today, borrowing the money to acquire the property, and then over time you could do all of the other renovations and stuff that you want since it's livable right now.
Yeah, but because okay, so now if I do refinance into the commercial loan, my question is now we still need the essentially the what is it called, the five the money's for rehab, right?
Yeah, you do. But here's the thing: getting it. So you still have money, right? So right now you still have $50,000. Let's call it. Let's say you have 40,000, because with the addition, the purchase price plus the amount of money that you need to pay the seller off, you're at 705. 75% of a million is 750,000, right?
Right.
So you could essentially borrow that in advance from a private money lender to do some of the rehab or some of the fix up, get it nice enough to do some of the things that you want to do. And then when you refinance, you know that at least this amount is going to get paid back now, right? So it's not the full 200,000, but you could still start, do some things. So you might be able to do like one apartment or something like that.
Got it. I see what you're saying. Okay.
But the main thing to know is that you just bought an asset with no money out of your pocket,
Yeah.
right? And so I get the bigger vision, and you said it's livable now, but you may have to wait a little while to get some money up to then get another private money person to get into the deal and say, hey, this is the plan, yada, 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 come up with a different plan for that second private money to go forward, to get that dream done of like fixing it up and doing the Airbnb. Because now you know that once you borrow that money and get it fixed up, now you know like you could refinance again at the 1.4 and pay them off. Not to say you can't do it all at once, you can, but you'd have to, that person would have to be down for like to lend you that money, that 200,000+ for at least 2 years. 2 to 5 years, I would say, because
Yeah, exactly. Who's gonna do that?
many people, bro.
I mean, I don't have someone right now. I mean, I'm sure I probably haven't asked the right person.
Yeah, people that invest with their IRA and stuff, they don't want their, see, this is kind of like thinking about, yo, I want to buy some rental units. I should talk to people that have failed listings and tired landlords. It's kind of reverse engineering. You need 200,000. You don't want to ask somebody with money in the bank that feels like, I might want my money back next year.
Yeah.
You ask somebody who got money in the IRA that they know they're not touching their money until they're 65.
Yeah.
You know? So it's like, hey, I could borrow this money for 5 years. You get this return. It's way more than you would ever want. You know?
Thanks.
That's how I would approach it. So I would go about looking for, pasted a whole video with how to find people that invest with their IRAs, bro.
You know what's crazy? I was watching one of his Zooms, and he literally said, "Hey, watch my private money lending one." And I was supposed to watch it, dude. I haven't watched it yet, bro. Fuck.
Yeah, bro. That has the answer. I think going that route, finding somebody that typically invests using their IRA and stuff like that, that's the person who would easier, unless you just knew somebody that had a business that had millions of dollars and was cool with, all right, I could lend you 200,000 for 5 years, no problem.
Yeah.
I don't know that person yet.
And why do you need it for 5 years?
5 years is just a cushion.
Pushing
You
it.
don't need it for 5 years.
Okay.
You know, it's really just a cushion. I would want it for at least 3 years cushion so that you could buy the property. If it has tenants in it, now is it all vacant? Probably not, right? So you gotta move people around, so apartment by apartment, like, and that might take time. So like, kind of just taking all that in mind. That's why I would do a longer time then, because that wouldn't be done in 1 year.
Man, that's fucking sick. Yeah. Okay.
So can you refinance without repairing the property?
You can if it passes the inspection for the lender.
You would just get less money because you're going based on what it would appraise for. So it should look, the better it looks, the more money you could pull out, right? So
We want to be able to like take her out of that because her. Oh, actually, that's what I was gonna do. Let me put the pictures in the.
Okay.
I can put the pictures in the chat just so you guys can see what I'm pointing at. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me see. Yeah, here it is. I was supposed to go see this in
Hoboken is major, bro.
I was like, what? I'm taking it. If I can get it for 10 grand, yes. Subject to?
Holy cow. That's a slam dunk.
Yes, sir. And he wants to move to Florida. Young kid. All I gotta do is just talk to him tomorrow, see what's up. Bam.
Is the Dropbox the same, the triplex or not?
It's a triplex, yeah.
Oh, so this is the one you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, it looks good, right? If you think about it, the only reason why it looks kind of crazy is because she's like she's an architect. So
Okay.
she has these crazy designs. She has all these things that she's like, she built this house from the ground up, which scares me, but
Wow.
so like, let me see. The outside right there. The outside, if you think of every house right now almost every house in Philly, instead of it being brick, they use stucco now. They use stucco to make it look really nice and new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but the house doesn't look bad. It's outdated, right? Obviously outdated, but a new kitchen and just touch it up a little bit, make it look. It can look like an older house. Maybe it doesn't have to look modern.
What is tacos? You said it's tacos? Is it the same as what I posted in chat?
No, stucco is stucco like that.
Stucco. Okay.
It's just like a little it's basically
Oh.
coated on the house that makes it look nice and kind of clean.
Yeah.
It's more easier than sidings to work with.
Got it. Kind of like an old new look.
No, it's a new look.
New look?
Although, you know what? Some houses that have it look old, but let's see.
Okay. I get the point. Like it's
Jersey City.
I'm seeing different
Jersey
pictures.
City has some really nice looks. Let's see.
So you said the seller financing the rest of the 600, or you need to?
No, so the outstanding mortgage is like 340.
Oh, mortgage. Okay, sorry, I forgot that. So she's pretty much like done. Like wants to get out.
Yeah, she's done. Like she got punched in the face. She got concussion and everything, but she's 80 years old. Come on.
And she doesn't want any money out of it because 1,600,000. You have 400 equity, 400K. She wants none of that.
Nope.
Oh, sure.
She doesn't care about it. She cares about the She wants to get out of it, bro. To be honest, which I'm like, all right, well, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, then I think you should do it. I have nothing to say. I think refinancing it, you said, so you won't be able to pay up the mortgage if they give you less. So you probably need to repair it. Because I thought it was owner financing. I know you mentioned that, but I forgot completely. Just repairing and get the 220. then I guess you'll be good.
Yeah.
What about reaching out to subject students or nearby?
For lending.
Yeah, maybe they know, oh, what percent is reasonable? Like, because I know most of the people will be worried of the interest and stuff. Hard money will be 1 year, but probably you need it for 3 years. So,
Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to keep it at 10%.
which city is this property in?
Philly.
Oh, you mentioned.
Indy.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun to kind of deal with. So I just gotta find a good lender for that. We can make things happen.
But you guys are 3 people, you said. So what are the others? What are the other?
Well, they're wholesalers, so they were just thinking about wholesaling it. And then they brought it, and they were like, "Yo, you know what? I think we partner on this. You do Airbnb, so I know this is $1 million property right here. So, what can we do?"
What about wholesaling? The wholesaling route?
Yeah, you can wholesale it and definitely make like 100 grand off of it easy. But like, why would you let that go when you have an opportunity to take on a property that's like, it's a great property. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In a great area.
Got it.
I agree, bro. There's two plays, man. You got the base hit play where you just borrow the first 75,000 for a year. Somebody will give. You refinance them out in 6 months, but that goes with just getting in, right? Like that, you get in, you own the property, you're good.
Hey, Vicky.
Rent it out, you get that basic rent for now until you find somebody else that's like, hey.
Yeah, who's this? Is this Mark? Is this from Mark?
It's a new color palette.
Yeah, 1031 is like you avoid paying. So, for example, when you sell a property, you pay taxes. So 1031, you don't pay taxes.
So it all depends.
Yeah. So what happens is that you take, let's say you have a property
You
that's
have to do it in two, or
1,000,
if you find
and you
somebody
sell the
that
property, you're supposed to pay maybe 20,000 in taxes.
that'll be your first option.
So, for example, of course, taxes is more complicated, but let's say they shouldn't be pay 20,000. Taxes are supposed to pay 20,000. So instead of you paying 20,000 in taxes, 1031, you don't pay 20,000 in taxes. So what you do is that you take those 20,000 in taxes and then you move it to a different property. Next property you buy. Let's say I sell this house for 100,000. I buy another property for maybe 90,000. So
that's not
yeah. So what I do is that rather than paying the 20,000 in taxes, then I'm left with 80,000. I don't pay the 20,000 in taxes. Just move the taxes to the new property. So the new property will have 20,000 in taxes.
I'm going to the.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
So that's what they meant. They had to put it into another property.
Yeah. Well, but why did they tell you this? Why did they tell you this?
But yeah, the house doesn't look that
Not because
I'm kind of
interested in those times.
Yeah, so actually the good thing is that whenever there's terms, you can actually 1031 exchange with terms. Let's set up a call.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can do 1031 exchange on it. He just has to, I don't know too much about when it's terms and stuff, but I think Nick will be able to explain it very well. You can do that too with terms.
Okay, I'm gonna give them a call and see if they're interested in talking with Nick.
Cool. That sounds good.
Alrighty?
Awesome. Let me know.
Alright, I will. Alright, thanks.
Nah, but I appreciate the help, man. That's good.
Yeah, bro. That's over here for me. Joseph with the analysis. I see you, Doug.
Yeah, man. Shit. Wouldn't have been able to do it without you guys.
Keston should give you the 200,000 that he has hidden in his closet.
I can go grab it. You need it.
Keston, can you do a 1031 exchange on terms when you sell on terms?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
I mean, I wouldn't call it stupid, but you can do it. My seller did it to me.
So if
She did a 1031, and the the title company was like, "Why is she doing this? Like, you're only receiving like $5,000." But the reason why she did it is because
wait, but what does that mean? I mean, you're only receiving $5,000, but you receive more over time. So how would that affect the 1031? Or the 1031 is just during the sale process, like during closing.
right, you could purchase something of the same amount or more, a property of the same amount or more in terms of value. So she was buying a better property when I bought hers, so she 1031 into, but it was like,
Okay, so 5,000. I mean, what is she 1031 exchanging? Let's say she gets 5,000. I guess that's the down payment, and she's buying a property for 100,000. So how does that work?
it's based on the property value, not the amount of money. So the 1031 is the capital gains. So it's like trying
Taxes on
to
the capital gain.
avoid the capital gains, but there's not a lot of capital gains because you only pay taxes on what you receive, right? So she's receiving this little amount, so it's just like,
But what about the years after that date? Will she be taxed again as the capital gains? Let's say she's receiving 5,000 right now, but 95,000 over time. And she bought this property for 30K years ago. So she has like almost 70K in capital gains. Now there's no capital gains right now. Of course, you're giving her 5,000, but what about the rest of the other years?
she gonna pay tax on what she received anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, the 1031 won't work during the other years.
It works because like 1031 is like a account basically that's created, and so it's just like how it works is like how much are you really avoiding in taxes? You're not really avoiding. Now over time, sure, you're avoiding some, but it's not like getting the big hit for like selling your property like a $70,000 capital gains or something like that. It would be like $300 a month. Like the capital gains on that is like a couple of cents, bro.
I see. Oh, so it's kind of like divided in a sense. Okay.
Yo, how long do you need to own the property to do a 1031 exchange?
I don't think there's a time limit to it. I think you could 1031 at any point in time once it's an investment property. Yeah.
Once it's an investment property, what does that mean?
You can 1031 a property you live in.
Oh shit. Okay.
Wait, don't you have to live in like for a couple of years?
No, you don't have to live in it for a couple of years. They may be a own it for a couple of years limit, but I don't think so. But you definitely don't need to live in it. That's for sure.
It's only investment, right? Not your personal residence.
Exactly.
What's up, everybody? How are you?
Yo, what's good?
What's up? There is a way. What's up, Mina?
What's going on, man? There's a way to avoid capital gains in some of these things. If you live in a property for 2 years and you could show and prove it, I think you could get away from doing that tax free. If it's your primary residence for 2 years.
But that's capital gains. That's not 1031. So
No, I'm just saying as far as the alternative way for clients. Just so people have an idea.
Yeah, I think I was mistaking those two. I think I meant the one that I'm getting gains of 500,000 and stuff if it's joint and 50
yeah,
single.
Joseph, bro. Joseph,
What's that?
you need to stop with hypotheticals, dog. What's the situation, yo?
Yeah, so that's what I was mixing up, and I was like, now I get it. I get what I was mixing up. 1031 is joint. What Mina was talking about is residential, and I was kind of like lost. I mixed the stuff up.
I'm still lost, but I'll just go with okay.
Good enough.
No, but I know what you mean, Joseph. It's nice to understand these things because when you do talk to a client, you should at least have an idea of how these tax incentives, because we're pushing like, you save more money that way, and like if they bring up a smart conversation, I think it's nice to know some of these things, but don't focus too much on it. Google it. I may have some idea about these things, but Google it if you need to, and not a specific situation.
Awesome, bro. Awesome. I'm just eating something. I don't want to disturb you guys.
All right.
Full of it, Joseph. Oh gosh. Full of it, I tell you. Full of it.
Dustin, you wanna try giving that lady a call with the 10% and she wants to sell a finance?
I've been trying to talk to her all day, bro. I'm like, woman, she texts me back, but she's like, I'm like, when is a good time to talk to you, to call you? She's like,
Okay.
oh, hold on. She just texted me 13 minutes ago. Hold up. Like, I don't know. She's not.
Yo, bro. Keston.
Yo.
I'm gonna need Jasmine to take on like any other transactions that happen, bro. Can she handle them, please? Please, bro.
That's a conversation between you and Jasmine, bro.
Yo, it's crazy, dude. Like, I got these little ass deals, bro, and I'm just like, bro, why is it taking forever? And they're just like not responsive, bro. It's just crazy. Like,
I don't know what to say, dog.
Take all my
told me
stuff.
that, and she gave other properties to.
All right. By the way, Cousin, I think I ran through Georgia as far as for sale by owner. What other states should I go next?
New Jersey.
That's where I'm at.
I mean, my sister, she's buying a property in New Jersey right now.
Where at?
I think it's in Newark, bro. She got a duplex in Newark for, I believe it was like 400,000.
Yeah, that's right.
Yo, like newly renovated. They're separate, So it's like 1 unit here, 1 unit there, kind of thing. And it's no down payment, no closing costs. So
What?
yeah, bro. My entire family is buying properties through NACA first, bro. That's the
That's what you
first.
said. You did say that, bro.
Entire family, dog.
How do you apply for that? Just go through it?
Yeah, you just go to like this
Website?
webinar, seminar, whatever. I don't know if they started going back in person yet to start, and then you register, and then you go through their program.
How is it spelled?
NACA,
And like Nancy, right?
and like Nancy,
That's
Dog.
cool.
like she's about to be living down there for free because she can rent that second unit for 20 something hundred a month.
Fantastic, man.
That's how, I mean, bro, I was living.
Hello, can you hear me? Hey, I'm calling about your property on 303 Hoffman Drive.
I'm sorry?
I'm calling about your property on 303 Hoffman Drive.
Yeah, it's so.
Oh, so okay. Oh, shit. I think. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Right.
Yo, chill, bro.
NACA requires you to have that debt to income, bro. They don't want to see you with like a job for a couple of years.
But I don't have a job right now.
You wouldn't qualify, unfortunately.
Hey, you just said you don't. Yeah.
I didn't think they said that.
You said they didn't. Okay, so what do they not want to see, or what
They
is
don't care about your credit. They don't care about things like that.
What they care about debt to income?
They care about your debt to income because they want to make sure that you can afford the payments.
Oh well, I mean, I'm self-employed. Does that count?
It does count. You have to show that income for 2 years though.
Your
So
name,
whatever
number.
returns you have.
Dang, that sucks. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That's crazy. At 1.87.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
6 years ago, I got my property at a.
Yeah, I'm calling about your property on Joe Real. Do you guys sell the property?
Listed it with a local realtor today.
Oh, let's do the roll. Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
Let's go with this.
Hey, my name is Joseph. I'm calling about you guys property on West Drive.
Okay.
Yeah,
What would you like to know?
yeah, I know it's you guys have it listed. I was wondering to see if you guys got what you wanted, what you're looking for.
I have still have it listed at 169.9.
Got it. Are you guys getting offers at that price?
Cool.
I've had 2 offers on the property so far.
Got it. I mean, why haven't you guys taken the offers?
work out.
So in case you guys don't sell, are you guys looking to list it with a realtor?
Not really. If it doesn't sell, I'll probably rent it out again.
Oh, so it's a rental?
I have a renter in there now, but she's leaving, so I'm looking to sell it. If it doesn't sell, then I'll just rent it again.
Got it. I mean, if you have a renter and is there an issue with the renter or like it doesn't make
Nope,
sense?
she's been there like 12 years.
Okay. Cool. So I mean, the reason I'm even calling you, I see you have it listed at 169. Is that price flexible or that's the list you would do?
It's flexible. I'd hear offers.
Got it. Awesome. So yeah, we buy properties in two ways. I'm sure you've talked to a lot of investors already, with a cash offer and all of that. Do that too, but also for another way that we buy properties is on terms. I'm not sure if you're familiar with terms or if it's something you'll be interested in.
No, I'm not interested in that. Just flat out sale.
Awesome. Got it. Makes sense. I'm just curious, why are you not interested in terms?
I'm not interested in being the bank, and I'm not interested in going into business with anybody in the property.
Got it. Makes sense. Cool. So if we're able to come to 169, it's only cash offers.
Yeah. If you can offer 169 cash, that'd be a great contender.
So in terms of price and to put a number to the repairs, how much do you think you pay the property?
I value the property between 180 and 190, and you probably have to put between 3,000 and 6,000 into it.
Cool. Got it. All right. Let me run the numbers and then I'll give you a call back with an offer. You can do that.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank
What
you.
was your name again?
Joseph.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, man.
All right. Thanks.
Please leave your message for
Property. One. 110.
Taro.
Dude, you mispronounced my name. I'll banish you from this Zoom. I'm just joking. I don't care how to pronounce my name. What's up?
How do you pronounce it?
Hello. Hi, my name is Lex. I work for a group of investors who are buying properties in the area, and I wanted to know if you have a house or a property that you might consider selling.
Yeah, I got call you quick, so I think I had a little contract with us for a bit of time to expire on it. But let me call quick. Give me a call back in about an hour. I'll let you know.
In about an hour. Okay, great. And who do I have the pleasure? speaking with?
Andrew,
Andrew? All right, Andrew. I'll call you back in an hour. All right. Talk soon.
What's up,
This was
kid?
just a number. It was just like it had no name, nothing, no address, nothing. So that's why I called it like that.
Oh, yeah. No
Getting
address.
boy getting contracts. Yeah.
Yo, I got a contract already before. I already had a contract. When you were gone, I got a contract, bro.
That's what I'm talking about, bro.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Congrats.
No, I'm kidding. It was a lead. It was a lead, a good lead. I'm just kidding because Keston is always like, yo, you calling? Yo, you're gonna get this contract? Yeah. Nitiro, I need a number that I raised by mistake. Can you help me with that?
Yes, but how can I help you?
Okay, so the name of this lady is Suresh Sharma, and I don't know if it's in your Podio contacts or in your Bash dialer.
Where did you delete it from? Did you delete it from the leads on Google Sheet? Yeah, cool. And we tried to call the Suresh yesterday, just to let you know. Nick tried to call her.
Really? Yeah. So he has the number, but I wanted to follow up too. I didn't know he called her. I'm trying, but I don't have her number.
You deleted
Somehow.
it today or yesterday?
I know today I was putting somehow my mouse went somewhere and I typed and then I tried to go back to see if I could edit and erase, but it didn't do it. So
Got it. Problem. I mean, I was asking if it's today because yesterday was there. So if it was yesterday, then it's also just find it and I'll paste it on.
All right, let's go. What city is these properties in?
Wilmington. Let me see. Wilmington is Wilmington, DE. That's Delaware. At least that one that I called. I don't. He has 58 other ones.
Delaware.
Yeah.
Delaware, Ohio.
Delaware, Ohio. It just says the address on that comes up is Wilmington, DE. That's Delaware, right? DE.
Wilmington. So Wilmington.
The zip code is 19802.
198. Copy.
Hey, Joseph.
Hey, Vicky, the seller that you said wants to speak with Nick. Did you add him or her on the?
All right.
Okay, let me add them
Maybe a
now.
few
Yeah, I was on
numbers.
the
Which
phone
one
with
should
you,
I?
so I got time.
The first one.
Cool. Just send me a text once you've added her and the name, his or her name.
Okay. All right, Dominic. Okay, I'll do that.
I think I should open Popstream. Let's get Popstream.
You want me there? You need me then.
Siri, remind me to call cell 882 Andrew in 1 hour.
Okay, I'll remind you.
You fancy.
I learned that from Nick Newland.
Okay.
Conversation with my partner about a package.
This meeting
that
is
we're looking
being
to sell.
recorded.
I think 15 or so properties.
Probably.
Yes.
Awesome, very cool. So I just wanted to touch base here and see kind of, I guess, how we can be a good fit to each other. So these are all currently being rented. Are they on leases right now?
No.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, very cool. In terms of the price that you're asking, is that pretty much in line with retail? Or did you base that off of
That's in
the...
line with the amount of land that's in use. There's 15 acres.
Hmm.
If you would want to buy houses one by one, usually a house is 0.3 acres. And so, I would be able to have like 30 houses in a place, but I've only got 14. And, each house is almost got an acre of its own. So that's what it's based on.
Got it. Very nice. And are you only selling them as a package, or are you open to kind of piecing them out?
No, just as a package.
Just as a package.
I don't want to piece them out. I live on one of the properties, and I want to be able to piece it out. I can't control it.
One of my partners asked me to give you a call about
I would have all of them or none of them. Usually,
interest in selling.
Sure. Get it. So our company, we invest in real estate, fix and flip, buy them at a discount for short-term types of things. Other thing we do is have a rental portfolio
No
of
problem.
200 proproperties
Just,
that we're
I wanted to
constantly
connect
adding
with you because he said that you guys made.
So if we ended up buying these, we'd most likely just
and
move on to
I'm an
them as
investor.
rentals.
I just
Now,
wanted
usually
to
we
talk
just
through
do
to see
our rentals.
which ones you guys would
We
be
don't acquire
interested
our
in
rentals
selling
with
to see.
cash. We don't pay for them with cash. We usually acquire them on terms.
You know what? We have several.
Your term.
You know what? Let me make up a list. Email?
I do.
Can you text it to me, and sometime this evening I'll send something over to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
One person's bad.
I can do that.
Okay.
Got it. Makes total sense.
Do that now, and then you can.
Yeah, do it now. Now pretty much easy to get it all together.
Perfect. Appreciate you. And what's your name? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm Lydia.
I'm Keston, Lydia. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, just send me your email, and I'll get some stuff together and send it over.
Oh, okay. And I seen that this particular.
Well, I have a nice one that's a quick split, actually. Yeah, 518 West 30. Do you know Wilmington?
We do. We do.
Oh, okay. 518 West 37. That's on 37th Road. This is across from Kennedy Pine Walking Field. Know where that is?
Yeah, no, I read
Your
that
Home
here in
Depot.
terms of them all being on like two
That's been
streets or
sold
something.
in as is. There were some gas runs that were sold. I'm not sure whether they were replaced or not.
Very nice.
That's
Okay.
basically the basic filling it down.
I don't think I'm going to be able to buy it here, unfortunately.
So we want to
Are you
sell
just
for
planning on
170, but
listing
you
it, or are you
could
waiting for the
easily
right buyer to come by here?
fix it up a little bit.
We love those. Sell me your as-is ones for sure. Put those to the top of the list, and the ones that are more, let's say, retail, you could. But as-is ones would definitely be more attractive to us. Unless, do you know if these owners are wanting to can do like some seller finance with
No.
or anything like that? No,
No, he said when he's gone, he has to get out.
you gotta cash out. Okay, makes perfect. Okay, so no problem. Just I'll send you
Yeah,
that.
so just text
I
me
get
an
it,
email, give
absolutely.
me a couple hours, and I'll get something.
Okay, well, hey, I appreciate your time,
Awesome,
John.
you're the best.
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate your
Bye-bye.
Bye.
everything, and I'm glad that, hope you get something else. I'm firm, so,
See?
I understand. It would take somebody that,
All right,
wants to do some work to invest here, because it's
Wilmington. I do not know Wilmington.
Yeah, oh yeah, you might as well just scrape the houses and
You said yeah,
start
you
drilling
know
for oil
Wilmington.
then.
I thought you knew Wilmington. You convinced me.
Nice.
See
Okay.
now,
Very nice.
no, do
All
I
right,
still
well, hey,
here?
I'll
My
keep you in mind
goal
and
is
check
buy
in with you
properties
just in
in
case
Georgia.
anything changes. I'd love to be there when it does. But
So
sure,
which
sure.
one
All
do
right.
I still?
Oh yeah, I hear you there.
Investors.
Absolutely. Thanks, John. Bye bye.
Where's the- They're like the big one. I mean, it's still GA.
So,
You still do.
you guys notice how I don't try to change the seller's mind?
Um,
So keep that in mind. I see a lot of people that go into
Yeah,
these conversations
I'm
with
a sucker.
sellers, and it doesn't go the way that they want to do. Instead of
Yeah,
kind of
we invest everywhere.
they keep trying. They keep explaining benefits. They keep saying, "Oh, what if we do this or what
Right,
if
so
we do that?" Or
that's the rush.
just asking questions to try to change their mind. You can't change somebody's mind, right? He has a saying of somebody forced against their will is of the same opinion still, something like that. And it's true. Like you can't change somebody's mind.
I
You can
have to
explain
go
some
to
of the
Nick Mueller.
benefits
I think
and
it's
see
gonna
if
go one
it's
of those,
something
right?
that they would be open to. But his problem is that he has a bad taste in his mouth from doing this before. So the best thing you can do in that situation is just follow up long term.
You got her?
Alrighty. Nice. You're up, bro. Yo, what's up, Lex? I haven't seen you in, I think you've been on here this week, but it's nice to see you again, bro. You say you were just talking to Lex. How do you know how you pronounce this? I don't want to. Kauja. Kauja? Yeah. Alright, we're gonna run with Kauja. Quaja. Maybe Quaja. Quaja, yeah.
Hey, Raphael over here talking about he wanted to send you all his deals. I'm telling Jasmine how you said you want to send her all his deals.
Bro, yes, I'm literally about to send out an email and copy her in it.
Okay, so update on this one,
Like,
where it says
seriously, bro.
details about the deal. He wants to
Is
sell
it
his
is it
property
with that is it with
because he
Constant
wants
Close?
to reinvest into another business he has.
Ooh.
He is
I
asking
mean,
$80,000 for this one.
going good, but I
There
called
is
the
the
title
renter.
company today,
He
bro,
is
and
paying
they
about
thought it was a
$800.
cash
Needs
off,
a new
a cash
roof
deal, and I'm just like, what?
due to leak.
After 3
Has a
months
new
or 2
HVAC
months, I'm like,
system, water heater. So we're
like,
gonna
why
give
am I?
him a
Why?
call and see if
And
this
I
works
haven't
out.
gotten an answer as far as like when it's closing. You know, how much is closing
Awesome.
costs? Like it's pretty bad. But I'm mean, I'm not complaining. I'm just want to get this thing. I just really hate these two properties that I have right now with them. And that's what happened last time. I had a cash buyer for one of them, and they didn't respond, or they didn't actually send out a contract to the buyer for like 2 to 3 days, and buyer just never responded.
Understand that. We love the top the ones that those two ones when there's some now.
Hey,
Makes
Kaja?
perfect sense. Okay,
Hey, this is
so no
Bryce. How's it
problem.
going?
Just
Good, man. Thanks for asking. Hey, my partner Lex actually talked to you about a property on Peggy.
do like contract.
Said you were interested in selling, and I wanted to give you a call and see what options you were thinking about. Okay, so I'm kind of just walking into this, getting a little bit of details as far as the property. But I was kind of hoping you could catch me up to speed of where you guys last left off.
We love those. Tell me your address, one for sure. Put those to the top of the list, and then the ones that are more, let's say, retail.
Is that you, Keston?
To us. Unless, do you know if these owners are?
That's 16 Solina, if you know where that is. That's
Okay.
37. That's 130. Do you know Wilmington?
I'm Keston Lydia. Nice to meet you.
Lydia.
And then
He didn't do it now, so now can be the rest of the evening to get it all together.
perfect. Appreciate you. And what's your name?
Awesome.
I'm
So
sorry.
30 minutes should
I'm
just
Lydia.
needs.
Is it seller?
Got it. Cool. So I mean, it sounds like you've done some upgrades. What's got you thinking about selling?
Or she's managing a portfolio of like 8 million.
What?
Yeah.
Got it. So it's kind of the headache to manage the tenants.
You sound good, bro. Good call, Keston.
Right.
I hate listening to myself.
Yo, why is that a thing?
Got it. Now, are your tenants month to month?
Hi, how
Or
are you? This is Mina. I'm calling you about the property on 110th Avenue. How you doing?
How are you?
Pretty good. Just kind of want to talk to you about the property. Try and make a win-win situation with you. You have a few minutes to talk about it?
Actually, I don't. I'm in the middle of working. If you want to call me tonight, that would be fine.
Sure. About what time?
Anytime after 8 o'clock.
All right, you got it. And what's your name?
Marcia?
All right, Marsha. Looking forward to talking to you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bro, personally, I despise a win-win situation from a seller's perspective, because it's almost like you saying, hey, no offense, but you're about to offend me, so now I'm waiting for you to offend me, right? Like, it's one of those things where it's
You're
like,
your guards up a little bit.
make me put my guard up when you say I want to create a win-win situation. You're a salesperson, no, you know, and
yeah, so I
so
mean, we do a little bit about our business.
I understand why you're saying it, but you gotta like think about this like the psychology of
flips,
what the
but
other
those are
person may
typically
think,
houses that we have to buy at a discount.
and that
Just
would
so that
make
we're able to make money
somebody
on that,
think like,
sell it on the retail
here
market.
goes the salesperson.
So there's always that option for you, and then we also
So I would
properties to add to our
try to
rental
find
portfolio,
a different
where
way
we
of
could
saying
typically
that, where it's
pay
like
retail or close to retail.
even
So
saying
there's
like,
always that
hey, I
option
just
as well.
we're a good fit for each other. Is lighter.
And those are typically properties that we have to buy at returns. Are you kind of familiar with that?
All right, cool. I will use it. We'll see how it goes. Thank you. Appreciate the feedback, man.
Yeah, so pretty much we would just upgrade you. Yeah, we would just upgrade you from a landlord to a lender. So instead of you dealing with the headaches of managing the tenants from 130 miles away,
We would be the ones to manage the tenants for you. We would get your retail price, and we would just structure a monthly installment payment over a period of time.
No period.
Okay. So you guys want to make the monthly payment to me?
Yeah, so we would give you a small down payment, and then depending on the balance, we would just structure monthly installment payments. And you know, the benefit to you is the fact that you don't have to pay a lot of taxes on that. Okay, is that something you've thought about? Is that something that you're open to?
Yeah, that's not a problem. If I want to sell it, I want to sell it.
Got it. Okay.
Because I was thinking that right now I'm just tied up on money.
Right. Yeah, that's.
I just want to set it up.
Yeah, that's.
I still want to invest it, but not that far anymore.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's.
For me, because I'm individual and doing that work.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. That's the problem with getting a windfall of cash is, you know, you're going to get a much better return if you stretch it over a period of time. My partner and I literally just bought a house this morning. We did 10% down. We structured it over 30 years. And we tacked on a little bit of interest. That way, it was the deal was appealing to him. Got it. So as far as terms, did you have, you know, anything in mind as far as the length of term you're willing to carry the paper?
I mean, not 20 years. I mean, it's not 20 years. I mean, if I was, nobody will finance anyway.
Got it. So what length of term were you thinking?
2.
You said 2? Got it. So typically when... Right. So we would want to actually add this to our rental portfolio. So we want to keep this property for 25 to 30 years. So typically what we do, if you know you're talking about 2 years, the minimum that we're willing to do, and it just makes sense for us to structure it over time, is 10 to 30 years. Anywhere between 10 to 30 years.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. It depends on what I'm getting.
Got it. So are you open to a longer term?
Longer term.
Yeah, I don't know. So that's why I think maybe 2 years, 3 years.
Oh yeah, yeah. The longer the term, the more money you end up making. But I understand that 30 years is a long time.
Yeah, the house I live in, I don't want to pay for it for 30 years.
Got it. Okay. So as far as
numbers for me
the
to call
purchase
somebody,
price, I
or-
guess we can start there.
No, those
you
were
said you talked
Lex.
about- you said 85,000?
Lex's. She was asking me for a lady's number. Thank you though for checking.
Got it. So I'm guessing $85,000 is retail then? Okay, let me plug this in real quick and make sure we're on the same page there. Okay, so 85,000. As far as the down payment, I know you said you needed a little bit of money up front. As far as the down payment, typically we do, 10% down, and that allows you not to pay a lot of money up front in taxes. So that's what we would be looking to do.
It depends on. 85,000. I'm just talking about just selling the house, not retail. I think I got a mess up there, not by finance.
Oh, you're talking about just selling it out right now?
Yeah.
Got it. I thought we were talking about selling on terms.
No, not on 85,000. 10 years. Yeah, I don't want the money in 10 years. I know there's some interest on it.
Hello?
Got it. So you're talking about just a straight cash offer at 85,000?
Hey, Joni, how are you?
How are you doing?
Good. And your name?
And your name?
My name is Keston.
Yep.
I feel like getting in contact with you is like trying to get somebody at the White House.
Okay. Right.
I can imagine. I do like your filter though. I thought it was pretty impressive. I've never come across anyone like you with the voicemail. The filter that you have with the voicemail and everything, I'm like, wow, she's really organized. Right. Oh, absolutely. No, I get it. And it sounds like you have something figured out that when I speak to some sellers, I kind of help them and introduce them to the concept that you're doing. Where is this going to be like a retirement type thing for you? That you collect money over time, so that you don't have to manage the properties yourself, but you just get the payments on them. Is that kind of what you have set up here now? Yeah. That's what I'm looking at, and then of course I want a balloon payment at some point. Interest I'm getting is 6%, but I sell below fair market value. Gotcha. I would like to be able to get at least $1,000 a month in a 30-year mortgage. And a balloon payment a few years. I don't know. All of this is negotiable. But I need to get at least $1,000 a month per property, and $1,000 a month. So it depends on what your business plan is as to whether it's going to be feasible for you to buy any property for me if you like them in the first place. Right. Yeah, no, I mean, just based off of the numbers, so obviously we, and hey, we may or may not be able to do business after the conversation, because I'm super intrigued by you already kind of having your own business model when it comes to what you're doing. So that's amazing. Well, I've been selling and buying real estate on and off for years, but I have not bought a lot of houses. But I have forever, and I've rented.
Hey Vicky, so you said Dominic is up for a call before 4 p.m., right?
Yeah, he said before 4.
Okay.
Well, it was originally our
That's tough.
So I added him to the podium.
Got it. And what's the situation with him?
He's only at 1031.
Okay. Is he open to terms? Oh, that's the situation. Okay.
Yeah.
He's open to terms, but the issue is the 1031, right? And he's looking to close on another property first.
Exactly. He said, what did he say? I think he told it, but he said he turned the lock down the other property in 30 days. First before he sell here.
Got it. Got it. All right. So I've added him at 340.
At 340, okay. That's
Yeah, it's kind of like full all over. So
at 340 today.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let you know.
All right, cool. Thank you, Vicky. And I see you have another one.
Yeah, he got 6 lots.
So does he want to talk today or another day?
Huh?
Do you want to schedule it for tomorrow or today?
We can schedule him for tomorrow. It's fine.
Exactly.
I looked it up on the map.
Exactly.
Is-
I think about this stuff. Y'all next to each other.
No,
Okay,
and
then
you're
tomorrow
right on track.
I'll
This
check you with
is
this one, and I'll send you a
what
text
you
when he's
know
about to
is how
call
I educate
Dominic.
a lot of my
Okay.
older sellers who
Oh, thank
is
you.
looking to get out the business.
Okay.
They've had rental properties for quite some time. They're used to that passive, and so I acquire a lot of properties seller finance by providing the same exit for many of my sellers. People that own 20, 30 properties, and I buy them owner finance, so they're able to get that monthly income, and they don't have to. It sounds.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm 71 years old,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't want to spend the rest of my golden years
Right.
running over when there's a water leak in their faucet.
Mm-hmm. I totally understand.
And because I bought the houses when it was low, I bought them after the crash or the whatever they want to call it. I don't know. I guess it was the housing bubble first. But at the time I bought them, they were fresh.
Right.
It's not like they are now. And so you want
I didn't double check to make sure that the year bill was the same. So that's why that one's not going to work. So I do apologize.
Why would you?
So what I would say you have to do, Bryce, is go back to the seller and say, hey, I did some research. Honestly, we're not seeing $110,000. Can you help me out? How did you get that value?
You like the I came over to this house, and there was the only people walking down the street were carrying brown paper bags and crack addicts.
Oh,
They were
man.
dragging washing machines down the street that they stole off somebody's porch. Crack.
Man, wow.
And I bought one out in the West End.
Nick, I see you went and locked up that deal this
And
morning.
I didn't have a real.
That was
Realtors
Fawn's deal.
healed me some things. One of the houses I actually did. I actually did have a realtor
Mesa from
find me one of the houses.
Juan,
I had another one.
I don't think Juan's on
Help
there,
me
but
buy one of the
that was
houses,
from
and I
Juan.
shouldn't have done it. I should have done it myself. I realized now it's great.
And adjusted the terms a little bit, and we should be getting that contract inked at any moment. Yeah, it's pretty much a done deal at that point.
Yeah.
All right, let's see who we have
Anyway,
next.
I went all over with him. I walked in the house.
Tay.
Tay
or Carolina? You guys on here?
And I looked at these 100 houses. I drove past them, or I walked behind them, or I walked through them, or some were so iffy I was not even going to get out of the car.
Wow.
But I did finally buy one out there, and I sold it. I kept Crack City. I kept it. It was very iffy tenant since 2019, and I sold it last year, and I got a very good. I did pretty well with it.
Nice.
But I kept it all those years with these iffy people, and the people who moved in at first were at risk for being robbed.
Oh my goodness. So you weathered the storm. For sure.
This is not something that suddenly, I'm getting a windfall.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? I'm working it, and I'm taking it real.
100%. I totally agree with you. Now let's see what we could do to, if we could make it work. We may or may not be a good fit for each other, because you're a mastermind at what you're doing already. So absolutely, it sounds like I could take you for lunch or something. Like, man.
I enjoy talking to people about it, whether or not we are going to together or not. Talk about it.
100%. You know what, Joni? I think
I think we're gonna do business together, even if it means like, because like I said, we buy a lot of property, and so you can invest passively with us. It all depends. I would love to
Thanks. I just saw your
go
post, brother.
lunch and
Thank
just
you. I
some
appreciate
more and
that.
have conversations about this.
Yeah. Well, you know, right now, I just want to tell you what I have got on that I don't have on the market.
Mm-hmm.
The way that I get potential buyers is I put Sharon Way, 2223 Sharon Way, on Zillow Finance, and I put it there. I wanted to, you know, owner finance and for sale by owner. And so, you know, I hope that people who aren't interested in that kind of
Jerry Foster.
not going to contact me. But anyway, people who are interested in 222 Sharon, I've got
Thank you for that, by the way. I appreciate it.
just about sold the closing next week.
Right.
No real reason that I
Got
can
him pulled up here. It looks like it might be, let's see,
you know,
property out in Oregon.
So, but people are still
Gary
calling.
Sell's asking $420,000. That's the lease that they're willing to take.
All the other
Built in 2008. Very good condition, ready to move in. Reason why we're selling, they're moving to Nevada because they're planning to retire. They're looking to sell immediately. They're currently living in the property. It's on the market with the realtor who you consider coming out of the contract. Love it. Okay. So I assume that what you're seeing on this lead is just the fact.
So I'm currently looking at 1847 Ridgeland Drive.
I think that's a good point.
And so for that one, what are you thinking about purchase price, and what's the deal with that?
Well, the deal with that one is, I would, you know, I tried to get more for it, but
Awesome. All right, we're gonna make that call.
I put down there 195, but I could, if you took this deal, I could do it for 190 at 6% interest, 30-year mortgage with a balloon payment in a certain number of years, because it takes years to be negotiated.
Okay.
And I would like to be able to get $1,000 a month income stream from this property to make it worth it to me.
Right. Okay. And so you're wanting $1,000 a month. And how much do you think? How much does this property currently rent for?
What do you mean, the rent?
How much property?
You used to rent it.
Yeah, I have had it rented for $11.05. But I think I can get. I know now I can get more than that for it now. It's been over a year, and they rented it.
Hey there, Jerry. My name is Nick. I was calling about a property you might be looking to sell on Oak Ridge.
I know now.
Somebody on my team, and I believe this call was set up here, but I didn't catch it at that time. You can give me a call back here at 480-819-9295, and I'll talk to you soon.
And I've been managing these 5 places. I've been, you know, running reports on the people that wanted to there. I have all kinds of people, not like me necessarily, but a bunch of people trying to call and scam me or shame me into taking a lower price. You know, I've got people lying through their teeth.
I bet.
You can't believe a word they're saying.
Right, Bryce, you're up.
And I was not born yesterday. And my mother was raised in a school. I made it down the street. People like my attitude. I may have been raised up, and I've got southern drawl, but I am not an idiot.
No, I could have told ever since I heard your voicemail. I'm like, oh, this lady, she got it going on.
It's very enjoyable. I appreciate your saying that, because you know sometimes men who are in the presence of a woman who considers herself to be their equal become intimidating.
So details about
a lot of men don't
it's a
want to
3-1. Additional bathrooms can be added. Has an old roof.
Yes, sir. does whatever
gonna
they
sell by the
say,
end of
and I'm not,
Okay.
I'm not,
inheritance by his grandparents,
not that
free
kind of
and
person.
clear.
Probably the
Perfect.
reason
Looking
I
into
don't have
terms of wants to
life
discuss
right
with his
now is
Oh
attorney
my
that I'm,
goodness.
near
I'm
college campus.
strong and powerful, and I know what I want, and I
One.
go for it.
So I'm gonna pull
And
this
a
one
lot of men are put off by that, but apparently
and
you
we'll
are.
give him a call.
Yeah.
Man, I think if I was a few years and not married, I would have been proposing to you right now.
I do have a couple of guys around who like that. That's an aspect that they do like of me.
Right.
But generally speaking, most men don't care. I went to a women's college, right?
Sure.
And in a women's college, you're not competing with men or boys.
Mm-hmm.
And so women can really shine in a situation where there's two women.
Still.
Mm-hmm.
It really, really is very, very helpful. Or any kind of black college, any kind of a particular college that just caters to one part of the population, turns the people who go there into some fairly powerful people.
Right.
Now that's the point of it. But anyway, what I can do is I can
Hey Greg, this is Bryce. How's it going?
that are still for sale,
Hey,
and you can get back with me, but you're really interested in
interest in selling. I just wanted
you're really interested in, well, I guess the one that, did you see it on Zillow, the 1847 Ridgeland?
Yeah, it's
I'm looking at them. I'm looking at it online now. So I'll tell you that. So I'm an investor. I will buy all from you if we could work something, because this is my model. I love buying finance. But how we buy these properties, because we're going to be paying the insurance and the taxes, we do like to cash flow about $300 and at a payment to you of $1,000. And let's say we were able to get $1,200 rent. That doesn't really meet our criteria, because it just would be pretty tight, And
the criteria that it means is when people, their business plan.
Yeah, so I'm kind of just walking into this right now. Said that you kind of had an idea.
Come in. I have this one company that does this. I'm working with them.
How far you
come in, they spend a lot of capital getting the house fixed up, and then they have a really high rental.
Right.
And that's how they get their money back.
That could.
They have a whole bunch of houses like that all at once.
Mm-hmm.
So if you own it free and clear, that'd be considered.
If they had to pay all of those houses off at once, they would go crazy because it's millions of dollars.
Sure.
This is what a lot of people do to structure not paying a lot of taxes. So we do this quite a bit.
Hey, Vicky. Hey, cool. So I see Sandy answered. So yeah, that's possible. So just at 4. Lucky you.
He wants to talk with Nick. I would go and I would run my numbers, look at the locations and stuff like that, because based on
Cool. So I'll add it for 4 p.m. Just let me know once you've added. Yeah, once you've added it to Podium.
$1,400 a month rent or something like that. That would
just let me know once you've added it to Podium.
Okay. And so.
Okay.
Awesome.
The 3 others that I have.
It's not a New York City block. It's not a country block. There's 4 houses between intersections, so it's a small block. Away from the towns. I mean, it's when the parades go through. I mean, I grew up in a house, and the parades would actually go past us and turn around and come back because we were so close to town. But there's nobody else that's selling. It's close to town. It's residential commercial. So I don't
pull everything out of the wall. People rent. None of them are like that.
Right.
But I would free addresses.
Yeah, please. Please.
And I'll send you an address, and then I'll put how much I want for it after it, and then I'll send you the next, I'll put all 3 addresses and then how much I want for each one. And you know what my plan is to get, I'd like to get 10% down and 6% interest over time. So you have to look at them and see what you think.
Absolutely. I will do that. And it was amazing talking to you.
What was your name again?
It's Keston.
Kastin?
Keston. That to you as well, so you could save my number.
Okay, all right. Thanks.
Joni.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Piece of work.
You're out here dating.
Ready to take with him. Oh, man.
Dude, what's the asking for this property?
Asking 190, but the ARV is like not even up there. ARV is like, the highest ARV over there is 185.
Yeah, no, I totally understand where you're coming from.
Got it.
And I didn't even look at the picture.
So she wants 30. Was it 30-year term? And 6%?
30-year term, but she wants a balloon, which she didn't say what that is. So the reason why I'm dating her like this and just kind of keeping the conversation is because this weekend I'm doing my social housing classes, and I would know exactly the type of property that we would need and the requirements and stuff. Her location is really good where those properties are. So I may be able to get $6,000 for her properties a month. So it may still work.
How?
In social housing.
But why do you say it's a prime location for social housing next to it?
So I see the hospital, I see Columbia, like there's just like I see it's on a main street. Or close to Main Street, so there's a lot of access to transport and stuff like that. These are things that when people are transitioning, they need access to these types of things. They need access to transport, easy access to transport. They need to be around, like, they may want to get a job at the Wing Spot or at one of these places. There's job opportunities.
Do you mean transitioning as the transitioning you had on the podcast, or what kind of transition?
Transitioning in sense of like, so some of these people, they may be like women that's released from prison, right? So that may be a particular house. So these people, the woman, you can start putting filters like Prop Street, where released from prison for a non-violent crime. They're not dangerous people, but something happened to them, like they may have gotten in a car accident and killed somebody by mistake, things like that. So they're not bad people, but when they come out, they may not be able to get a job right away. So the government pays a lot of money to get them going and to their housing and things like that. Where we come in, or come to our house. So they would pay like $800 a bed, and you could put 2 beds per room type of thing.
And do you find this through the government? Through the your tenants? Do you find them through the government or yourself?
Yes, so you find them through like special programs, and that's why we're getting the nonprofit set up, because having the nonprofit, you get certified to be able to collect those grants and things like that. So
interesting.
Yeah, bro.
So you doing similar to Pace, where he does a nonprofit and somehow pays less taxes this way? Is that why you're doing it?
No. that's a benefit for me. It's not the reason why I'm doing it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a benefit. Like ultimately, my goal is to have properties for cancer patients who are going through treatment and things like that. I just need to build my money up because it's not as profitable to do it that way. To do it for cancer patients and stuff, unless you're providing services. So, like if you're doing dialysis at the property or something like that, then it becomes profitable. But I want to have a lodging so people could, because our experience was when our mother-in-law was that there was nowhere for her to sleep closer to the hospital, and we were driving 45 minutes each way, going back and forth to the hospital. So my desire and my promise to her was that I would have properties closer to the hospital for cancer patients. And so this is the beginning of my venture in this giving back field so that I could ultimately meet the right people, which I've already been having Zoom calls and stuff with. That's why I've been in so many meetings. I've been having meetings with like the Cancer Association and all these different people so that like, but you don't get paid the same, like, so I'm trying to invent a way so that you could have both worlds kind of thing.
How easy is it to find the tenants? I know it's a hard question, but how easy is it to find the tenants and how reliable? Not in a bad way asking it, just to know the numbers.
So it's not easy to find it. You would have to hook up with the hospital. There's like a few websites that's out there for this type of stuff. You'd have to get used to working with insurance. So it would be a service that the insurance covers or pays or recommends. And so there's a lot of things that I gotta get in. I gotta like fit in. Like it's a lot of work. Like I mean, I'll have to work with insurance companies and let them my name be on their thing for their customers, So it's a lot of groundwork, which is taking a lot of my time away.
What's your goal on tackling this? Like what are you kind of looking forward to? Like partnering up with somebody or insurance and then because I guess there's a lot of the only thing about that, like I think there's a lot of like the management side that will be kind of heavy than the like if you have a regular homeowner lease option, you pretty much don't check the property unless there's any stuff. But this they'll need heavy management in the sense that they'll need help with moving and stuff. And since I mean, the same point I said yesterday, they're sharing rooms, so there'll be a lot of control there. And
Well, which one are you talking about? So, like the transitional one.
transition.
So, management may not be that crazy, and the reason why I'm taking this course that the happy hour starts tonight, where we meet the classes and stuff. The reason why is because somebody else have figured it out. They have figured out the formula as to the rules to have and the property, all of those things that you're asking, like how to hire the right manager for the property, how to do X, Y, and Z for these properties. And so I paid my money just to learn their formula so I could emulate it. And like that's the power of mentorships. You cut the process in half or even more and learn. So
You have no fear of going bankrupt with this because it on my head it sounds like bankrupt, and the fact it's not again not don't take this heavy in the negative way, but just the fact that you want control stuff. Like let's say today the hospital moves somewhere else, the hospital closes down, they decide to cut you off their plan. They control you rather than you. I mean, unless you have a backup of a rental, that the numbers would make sense as a rental. But
well, it's like anything, right? Like COVID happens, you're a business owner, you got to figure it out, right? Like, who cares? Figure it out. if the government shuts down or a hospital moves, figure it out. You're a business owner. So those things do not worry me because as a business owner and an entrepreneur, it is your job to think when something happens. It's your job. That's how people get paid. So a lot of people closed down due to COVID. A lot of people stayed open. The people who were able to pivot and think about what they could do, they survived.
Sure.
That's gonna be me. I just gotta think through it, survive.
Let's go. Let's go. Cool, man. I mean, I have nothing to say. Nice.
Just out of curiosity, because you mentioned a nonprofit, how are you going to be able to pull the money out and reinvest it, or you can't?
So here goes where the system works. So your LLC buys the property. A nonprofit runs
Hey,
the program
Joseph?
in your property.
Hey, it's Bryce. How's it
You
going,
pay
man?
your LLC the money.
Good. Sorry I missed your
let's say
call
you charge
earlier.
them
Did I
6,000
catch you at a good time?
rent, right? And so you
Awesome.
just
So Tay said that you,
money
I believe
from
it was you that you called me
all
earlier
of
this
the
morning.
companies that you need to be able to run it. So you can hire a property management company. Guess what?
Okay.
Who owns the
I
property
just wanted to
management
touch base
company?
with you.
Me. Right? So you have all these other companies that you pay to do all these things. That's how you move the money.
Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting. All right, man. That's awesome. Next, man, senior living, man. I hear these are very good, but yet again,
that's a step up. So that's in a few years too. It's on the map. I've always wanted to own a senior living. For more reasons than one, my passion behind wanting to own it is because I know my parents will get old one day, and I'm not a caretaker. So I rather build the environment for them to be like, oh, you get old, I got somewhere for you. No.
My house.
And they know me. They understand their son. I'm a business thinker, and they know that I'm not gonna be the one to come and do it myself. I'll pay somebody to get it done for them. So that's not unnatural for me. So yeah, it's either I'll have enough money to bring the person home to our house, or like, hey, you want a mansion to go live in? Like, here, where are these caretakers? You know.
Also think about what you call a travel agency. I don't know if you push through that. A lot of travel agencies, they hire people from like all over the country. They have, especially if it's right next to a hospital, kind of contact any agency or kind of ask the hospital which agency to hire and call and be like, hey, listen, I have rooms that we could rent to your client for
CD.
That's a good corporate rentals, right? Like that's a thing.
Got it. So they gave you up to 150,000.
Not my thing, but it's a thing for sure.
Okay, so that would be considered your allowance then.
But then yet again, if you jail people, you want to contain the jail people together. Otherwise, it's going to be an issue. I don't know. I have to think about it.
Yeah, it's just one niche. There's a few niches. There's sober living. There's all of those types of things. So there's the VAs, homeless VAs. It's just really, man.
I just got recommended, man. Like, she said 6%. Once I heard 6%, I would have been like, hell no, I'm not a hire for you. I don't know how they have that.
Keston, are you only focused in Georgia? Like this stuff, do you do out of state, or because I don't know if the lead you talked to is in Georgia, but
she's Georgia.
She's Georgia. So the social housing stuff, I would want to. I think once I have like 5, which is my goal for the next 12 weeks, to get at least 5.
12 weeks.
Next 12 weeks. 12 weeks is a year for me, bro.
It's a year? Huh.
12. Listen.
3 months.
You see this? See this?
Oh.
12-week year planner. But when you read that book, you'd understand the concept of how much people procrastinate in a year, and you could accomplish the things that you really want to in 12 weeks that you could accomplish in 1 year. Why do you think I got the amount of hot properties that I got, bro? I gave myself the same deadlines that I would have wanted to do in 1 year. And that's like, that was it. I just kept focused.
Yeah.
But until you write it down and you know exactly what you want to do, it's not going to happen. And, you know, it can be like, it's July. I still got time, you know, like,
Yeah, but usually people will break down, like, you know, in a year, well, you're at a different level, but I guess for different people, like, you know, 3 months or 12 weeks, smaller, like, make it a little smaller, man, but the sky's the limit, that's the reality.
This book has proved its case. And I read it and I'm like, wow, is that true? And I started doing it like in January, and I was like, holy crap, this thing works. You know?
So after 12 weeks, what do you do? Do you take a, because this actually I heard it from before you mentioned it. I guess you mentioned it I heard it from you from a podcast. Before that, I heard it from Raphael. No, either Raphael or George. I believe it's George during his vacation. So this book after 12, because he told me like, oh, I'm in vacation right now because I've done my 12 weeks year. Do you take a vacation after 12 weeks or what? Or you just recycle? Or what's the 12 week? What's the 12 week mean to you?
I think it's gonna stop for the rest of the year.
Yeah. So the 13th week is your rest week. That's your downtime, which was supposed to be last week for me, to start back this week. Mm-hmm. But because my wife and I, our anniversary is coming up in August, we're delaying it until we go on our anniversary, because we don't want to take vacations in between. So we're delaying. But every 13th week is your time to meditate, to think about what other goals you have for it's like a new year. Think about it like that. It's a new year. What do you do for a new year? You come up with new visions. You come up with all these new things. I get to live that 3 times for the year. So it's just like, that's why like around New Year's time and people are like, I'm changing this, I'm changing that. It's just so annoying to me. It's like, shut up. You can do this at any point in time of the year. You know, like, but that's me. That's how true. I think I'm conditioned a little differently.
It's even in reference to like company, the way they have like 4 quarters. I think you mentioned it or something like that. They have 4 quarters. They take the first quarter and then they assess the profit and losses, and then they go into the next quarter with different plans how to tackle and all of that. So they divide it in that way. I guess it makes sense. I'm kind of picturing the same way that you have 12 weeks and then you kind of not renew, but the next week, the next term you go in, you're like a new person. You see what you've accomplished. You see what you can do better. You have different goals. Rather than prolonging, you have a set period of time like you have to accomplish. It's really good, really. I'll probably definitely start to do it.
Yeah, read the book. Read the book. The book would explain it much better than the crappy job I'm doing about the concept. There's a different psychology when it comes to quarters, because quarters doesn't mean that it's finished, right? Like, it means that I'm building up the 4th quarter. So conceptually, you still have time. If the pressure is not, there's an expectation that 1st quarter is always the weakest. 4th quarter is always the best, right? Because everybody is trying to close out strong, but if all 12 weeks you got to be strong to get that goal, it doesn't allow you to relax. It doesn't allow you to waste time during the year. And so it's just always being focused versus, what am I going to do today? I don't know. I can work today. I can't work today. I don't need to work today. Who cares what happens today? Like think about when you go to work. There's how many days do you spend on
Doing nothing.
social media for the most of the day? And it's like, man, you come and tell your wife, like, yo, I ain't do a damn thing at work today. Like, we have those days so many times. But when you work with a 12-week year, if you don't do what you're supposed to do, you're not gonna get where it's supposed to get. And that's just that's the reality.
So what happens if at the end of the 12 years and some goals you haven't met them? What do you recoup them in the next year? Do you forget about them? Do you re-strategize? I'm sure I mean, there's some, of course, you're gonna hit them, but some
that would depend on you. That would depend on you based on. So they don't just the 12-week year goals are based off of a bigger vision, right? So you have this long-term goal, 15-year, 5-year, whatever. And then they ask you to break that down into smaller goals and then into 12-week year goals. So if it is that you're trying to hit that big goal, it's going to be imperative that you hit these little goals to get, because now all these little goals are things that you are doing to get to that bigger goal. So yeah, you would put it in the next week, but you're just a little further away from your 5-year goal or your 15-year goal if you don't accomplish the things that you wanted to do now. And what this really does is it allows you or forces you to work on only 3 to 4 goals. Only 3 to 4.
Are they in the same department or they're different? Like, let's say, is it real estate? Within real estate, 3 different goals that you're trying to accomplish, or is it, let's say, real estate and your other job, your part-time job, and
so it depends on you. They want you to have a balance. So like if you have a weight loss goal or a workout goal, with a professional goal, with a family goal type of thing, because in those goals you then have to break those goals down into like, well, what days, time, hours are you going to do these particular things to accomplish that goal? And so you have to set that up. You have to write all those things out, like it's like daily, hourly, that you got to write it out,
yeah.
So it's very brain taxing. It's very frustrating at first because it's thinking about what you need to do every day. That's annoying.
Do you preset it before you sleep, or do you kind of like have it 2 months ago? You already know, like, this day. I guess it can work that way, but my main question is like, do you have, like, let's say for me, I would have a plan for the whole. I know, like, I have to get 4 hours in every day for, let's say, calling or stuff like that. Okay, so do I do it before, like, let's say if I have the plan, do I do it before the end of the week, or do you do it before you sleep? Then you say, oh, tomorrow 4 hours, da, 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 da. Or how do you plan it? Or do you go, I wake up today in the morning, then let me see what my calendar, what I have to do, and then make sure I do this primarily, and the other ones can fit in within the primary 4 goals. Or read the book.
So so you have to plan out. You should plan out as much and as best as possible. Your months. You want to plan out your months. So the reason why you want to plan out your months is because if there's a birthday, if there's these things, you want to know that, okay, I don't have time to do these things, whatever, this week or this day or whatever. So you look ahead in your calendar and you plan those things out. Then you start writing out the things that you need to accomplish and the days. So let's take, for example, let's take, for example, my social housing, right? I have social housing academy class week 1, 9th to the 11th. Set up non-for-profit with Anderson, week 1. Determine city for properties, week 2. Determine minimum property criteria for cash flow, week 2. Determine the niche of shared housing, such as solo living or transitional, whatever, week 2. Name nonprofit domain start, that's 1. Property acquisition, MLS, JV, post on Facebook, that's week 2 through 12. That happen every day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Create culture for properties, that's week 3 to 5. So all these things you want to have written out, understanding ahead of time what needs to happen so that you can hit these goals.
Yeah. Because you cannot create a Facebook book group if you don't have everything set up. So you kind of have you kind of see the bigger picture, like I have to do this and this, and I have to make sure I do this. If I don't do this, this is going to be delayed and stuff like that.
Bingo. But it takes you sitting in some quiet time to plan it. Like,
true.
You gotta, and then that breaks down to what does that look like every day, right? So now we've assigned some of these tasks to different people on the team, and now they have to break it down even further personally for them. So I assign them, guys, this is what we have to do. This is what we have to accomplish. And so, marketing team, you need to come up with the post or whatever. My wife, like, we need to create bank accounts, all these different things. So it's like very detailed, and we all kind of have to follow this concept right here.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So the seller just texted me the information, and I could tell that, and this is bad, this comes from my days of women. This is what I used to think with women. But, you see the vulnerability. You see you pick up on certain things with people, and then you work their vulnerability, right? Like, it's their pain. You work their pain.
Mm-hmm.
She longs to feel appreciated by a man.
And you gave it to her too.
Hey, I would have proposed to you, right? Like, all that stuff is feeding into her pain or her lack of love that she just hasn't been experiencing. And so that's gonna make us have an amazing conversation and build an amazing friendship, because I heard the pain. And even in the text,
how did you hear the pain before you got to the text? What was the first thing that made you notice? I mean, how would you determine I guess we are on Paint Pictures Tuesday, we can all of that, but it's just, is there a way, like hearing what they never said before or stuff like that, or just an advice? It doesn't have to be long.
So obviously there's the obvious pain of retiring and getting cash flow. That's the only reason somebody would do this. So I painted that picture back to her, and she was like, yes, absolutely, that's exactly why I'm doing this. But I did it in a way where I gave her credit for even being intelligent enough to do it herself. And so I said, man, I typically, now here goes the credibility, right? Like I always say, you always want to use every opportunity to get credibility. Mm-hmm. I typically speak to my sellers and I guide them in this direction. That's the credibility part. But you have been able to think about this on your own. You are amazing. That's the ego boosting part. And that's when she started saying, man, it feels so good. Like, women and men, and, like, she went down that whole path of men are always trying to
Take
be
over.
like, make women feel less than and all of that. And so I already picked up on her when it came to not being appreciated. So guess what I'm going to do? Man, if I was a little older and I wasn't married, I would totally propose to you. You're amazing, like that makes her feel even better. Like, oh my God, she's probably like perking out her chest now, right? Like she feels sexy, So it's just hearing the things that's not said and just kind of working that. How to do that? I don't know if I know how to teach that. I really don't know, bro.
But I feel like most of the calls, even you had this call with another seller last week. I heard it was kind of similar. Like I feel like there is maybe it's just practice, I guess, and your flow and sometimes like when the comfortable you get, like when I talk to you, I get comfortable talking to you, so I can kind of figure out I can get your feel. But when I'm talking to a seller, my mind completely like shuts down, and then I'm just hearing the price, the house. I'm not hearing exactly what's, I guess, in time. But yeah, so that's the challenge, I guess. Like,
I think you just said it, bro. If you're able to speak to that and know, like, it's not about the house. If you're able to tell yourself that it's never about the house, and I always say this, I always try to talk about something that's not related to the
but
house.
how do you do that? That's the, like, let's say, let me pull up. I don't know if I can pull up, like, pull up any for sale by owner on Zillow. Like, how do you start? And I don't want to spend, as you said, I don't want to spend time like trying to figure out what is the starting point. Like, how would I? Maybe it's just, I don't know. It's just a genius or something like that.
It's a hit or miss. It's hit or miss, to be honest, man. And depending on the tone of voice, something just comes up in me that makes me say something. So for her, it was, man, trying to get to you is like trying to get to somebody in the White House, right? And that cracked her wide open. Like it was no longer about the house. She started laughing. I wasn't another person calling. I wasn't another boring person, right? Like immediately change the tone of the conversation. That's always my goal. First 10 seconds, I pray and I hope that I could say something that's funny or like something that's off that makes them talk about something else. I always look for it, always, because once you get into the routine, you're in line. Like pick a number. You're just another caller, and that call may suck.
True.
And it happens. I do fall in that hole sometimes where it's just like I wasn't able to accomplish make somebody laugh. It happens, but then sometimes you get one of these calls and it's like, boom, I'm in.
But I guess that's the key point, like once you're able to like make somebody laugh or something like that, like do the connection in the first few seconds, like everything becomes easy. Even you talking to them, like that's a challenge, man. I mean, if I was able to do that, I don't know. I wish I would be able to do that. I guess
you are able to do it. It just takes practice.
Yeah.
I kid you not, I was not like this my entire life. I was not. Like, I promise you, bro. Like, I was not. This took a lot of calls and talking to women. I have totally adapted my old genius of woman and applied it to this. Like, literally.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, same concept.
I agree.
Same concept, Like, I was telling my boys this weekend, like, man, I'm glad I didn't learn this being single, because I feel like I would have been major. Like I would have been, oh my goodness, like this type of sales techniques and the push away and all of that, dude. That like,
But I mean,
dangerous.
oh shoot. Sorry. I thought somebody was.
How would you pull back from trying to hit on a girl? That would be funny. Like, I'm not your boyfriend.
So funny enough, I used to do pullaways all the time, talking to kids. And I would tell them like, yo, you don't want to be with somebody like me, man. I'm cold. And they would think they could change me. And I used to be upfront, like, yo, I'm not your guy, man. Like, I'm telling you, like, you don't want to be with somebody like me. I'm a jerk. But they would be like, oh, stop it. You know, like, you're a nice person, yada, yada, yada. Like, yo, all right, well, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And
it's funny, man.
Can't say I never told you, right? Like, I told you.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, it's, these mind games, bro. These mind games.
Oh man. I guess Mina gotta guess to. Last question. Just what's the property that you have? Is it a 2-2? The one 190. The girl wants 190. Near
No,
the.
I said 3-1.
Oh, so you have enough rooms. Oh, man.
3-1. Nina, if I close on this, bro, on any of these, get you paid, dog.
Yeah, I have like you said, a 90-day plan. August 1st I was hoping for at least one deal I could pass over. Get a couple of those, and hopefully I'll be on my own. We'll find out.
Let's go.
Dustin, by the way, I wanted to ask. You record your conversations, right?
I have not, but I think there's some photos.
It does it automatically.
Ooh, okay. Is there a way I can have access to that? If you're okay with that?
There's really no easy way to be able to do that. I would have to like share them with you.
Oh, you're just wanting to sell the actual mobile home. You don't own the.
I see. Well, if you find there's an easy way to do it, I would love to kind of like study them.
Yeah, there's no easy way that I know to do it.
Unless you screen record the stuff for the time that the person is talking, but that's work to Keston.
I might have to do that.
Keston, so I have a question. Are your REI Black Book? I have Freedom Soft, but they also have a mobile app. But the issue is that when somebody calls you, it doesn't show the name or the call record. I tried to do the trial for REI Black Book, and their app really doesn't look as good as the Freedom Soft one, And I've had a lot of trials with other CRMs, and they always say that part is the hardest part, like having a phone system that directly calls you and then you can see the person. I know you told me that it does, but I just want to make sure it really does.
Well, when they call you, unless you... When people call me, you have an option to see their number, not their caller ID, not their name. You'd see their number.
Their phone number.
Their phone number.
What do you mean by not the call ID?
Huh?
What do you mean by not the call ID? I guess the call ID is the phone number, right?
Well, the phone number is the phone number. I consider... Okay, sorry I said that.
Yeah.
You wouldn't see their saved name in the CRM.
Okay. So
you would see their number. So you would see 673-215 yada yada yada, right?
Mm-hmm. How does that help you?
If you have the number saved in your phone, then the name would come up.
It's the same thing as Freedom Soft, because I was wondering like how does that help you? Because my issue is like, let's say you don't have your computer, you went to a meeting, or wait, Keston went to a title company, and then one of your seller calls you, and then it's like, hey Keston, and you're like, who's this? You know, how do you prevent that?
So if it's somebody that I'm used to talking to, I remember like the last four of their number and I kind of know calling. Another way that I have for like different lines, different telephone lines, so like my cash buyer telephone line, I just have the profit dial number come up in my phone, so I would see cash buyer. I have cash buyer saved in my phone, and so anybody call me from that number, it could be 10 different people. All I'm gonna see calling me from that number is cash buyer. So I would know that's an important call. Pick it up. You know what I mean? Like it's a cash buyer calling me. And so for certain lines, I have it set up like that, and then the other lines I have it set up where I can see the person's phone number calling me.
Why do you think there's no phone? Because I haven't found any phone system that actually solves that problem. Any CRM. I mean, it's kind of like my question is like Facebook. For example, if somebody calls you on Facebook, whenever you see on phone or whatever, you see who's calling you. You know, I just wonder why is
because they haven't figured out a way to. They haven't figured out a way to connect the actual contact into the phone. So the phone number, the phone itself, the program for the phone itself is typically a different company, and that integration, although it happens, they haven't gotten over that hump, and technology-wise, to be able to do what you have.
Cool. But I just think it's a really vital thing, and I'm just wondering why.
It's cool. It's a cool thing. It doesn't make or break your business.
Yeah, but I mean, it's something. It's like, wouldn't you want to know who's calling you from? Like, you have a list of 10,000 numbers. Somebody you call 1,000 of them, cold call, and then some of them give you a call back. You're not on your computer, and that kind of stuff.
You know how I've overcome that, bro?
Yeah.
I would say, hey, I'm on another call. Could I give you a call right back? Hang up, look at who's calling, and call them back.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I'm just saying, like the text. Anyways, this is. I know I make this, but I think like the technology part is so easy. Facebook are doing it. All the apps in the world, and real estate has so much money into it to not do this. But anyways, no, I wouldn't take that long. But yeah, man.
Yeah, bro. I mean, it's easy. It is easy, man.
Cool. Keston, I'm gonna be listening to Nick at night, just so that you know, so I'll be muted.
Yeah, I'm about to leave you guys. I'm already over my time.
Yes.
Real
quick, I want to ask your opinion. Have you ever rented a house to a lawyer? I'm renting my house, and I have this lawyer. She's interested in getting the house, but she's basically saying she has to not call her current landlord. But she had issues with him not fixing stuff, and she hasn't been paying him. And they're negotiating a way to kind of pay him whatever to get out of the house. She said like he hasn't fixed the oven. He didn't have some kind of like roof issue where he didn't do it right away, and all this kind of issues. I kind of be weary about it.
Is it owner finance or is it a rental?
No, I'm like basically renting the house because I'm moving to New York.
Oh, so you getting a referral of the renter, and you don't know if it's a good renter?
Yeah, I'm the landlord at this point.
How well do you know her?
I don't know her. I only met the realtor that came by to see the house yesterday. and they really want it.
So no, I need referrals. I can't trust you. I'm sorry. I'll need to call the landlord to find out like what exactly is going on and this, because you have two stories and the truth, right? So you want to get that second story as to, hey man, just checking in.
She doesn't. She's basically said do not contact the current landlord. That's the thing that cuts me off.
So then, if I can't contact the current landlord, I can't rent to you.
Okay.
I would stick with that.
What about a down payment? Would that help? A bigger down payment?
Unless you pay me for the year, no.
Yeah, nobody's gonna do that. Yeah, I have somebody else coming in hopefully next 20 minutes. We'll see. Looks like qualified and everything.
Oh, you said you're moving, right? Is that the house you? Because I remember you mentioned last time you're moving from your New Jersey. You're moving from.
Moving to New York, man.
Oh, for real? What part?
Queens.
What part of Queens?
Middle Village. Hopefully.
Cool.
Yeah.
You guys found a property over there already?
No, I'm gonna rent. So, New York properties, man, are expensive. And I would not rent to anybody in New York. Their landlord-tenant laws are horrible. I would never.
Wait, you would not?
That's why my lease is like 21 pages.
In New York?
Everywhere.
Nice.
Because
send me one of them. I'll take a look at it. Because I have one of my friends who they take care of maintenance, they take care of pest control, they take care of everything.
I use Rocket Lawyer, and they basically they draft up a lease that protects you in New York. You know, like it's super detailed, and every single tenant, what the hell? I've never had a lease this long. I'm like, I know. You know, like, you want to sign it or not?
So what would be the issue? Like, I guess vacant, maybe trashing the place. Is that the main concern on New York, or just bringing people over? Like, just
getting them out. Getting them out is an issue, and if you don't have the right things in your lease that off and lets them sign their rights away, basically.
What would be the issue? Like getting them out? Do you mean like after the lease is over, or within the lease in case something happens?
Within the lease in case something happens.
Okay, see. Wow.
That's pretty big. All right, guys. I am checking out. You guys
when is your competition before you go? When is your closest competition? Final.
It's supposed to be next week, but I'm gonna be traveling to New York next week, so I don't know if I'm gonna be a part of it, bro.
Come on.
I haven't told them that yet. If I could do it on the plane, sure, I'll do it. But you know.
But the plane is 2 hours. And you're not gonna show up.
I'll be there until next Tuesday. So from next week, Thursday, I'll be there from Thursday to Tuesday. It will be a pretty busy weekend for me because I'm coming for a wedding. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm straight booked.
So basically Monday, Tuesday, you're good. Because Thursday you're gonna be just landing. So.
But when I get to New York, bro, I work. I work. I don't play that. I come and I work. I actually have like a portable monitor that my wife got me for Father's Day. Because every time I travel, I'm used to 2 screens. So I'm like stressed out, like, I need my screens. So she got me a portable screen.
Nice. They have those. Well, if you find some time, man, you wanna hang out?
No,
I'd love to, man.
that'll be awesome.
Just pay him some money. Anybody can do anything with. Not in that way, but I mean, if I tell you, like, I don't know.
Just
It's
a bit
possible
fun.
if there's money inside, like, you make room.
Oh god.
Not in a bad way.
No, it's
Alright, guys.
So I think you should make Mina host if you made. Oh,
what
Mina.
are you saying?
I'm out.
Okay,
Bye.
cool. See
Alright,
you.
take
Okay.
care, man.
Thank you, bro.
What were you saying?
I made you host. So,
You mean me host? Oh
yeah,
shoot, I'm gonna host you back, brother.
bro. I'm
In a
gonna.
little bit, somebody's gonna come over and see the house, so I'm gonna probably give it back to you, but
Okay.
we'll see. You were saying I should pay him to come see me or something like that?
Huh?
You were saying I should pay him to come see me or to hang out?
Yeah.
Okay, generally say I'll pay for dinner or whatever it may be, which is cool. Oh,
Yeah, I think so. I'll take them somewhere. I guess.
that's a business expense, you write it off.
That's it, bro. I'm gonna be on. I'm gonna be on Nick at night. You wanna join? You're making calls. I'll be muted here. I'll be here, but I'll be muted.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna be working?
No, I'm gonna be on Nick. Listen to the calls.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
But I'm streaming. If you want to watch, you can watch it. I'm streaming on my Twitch. So if you wanna check it out, you
Yeah,
can.
stream it and send it to me. We know what I'm gonna do, man, and I think that's gonna be super beneficial for me and you. I'm gonna find a software that translates from voice to words. I don't have to physically write it. No, I'm serious.
They
We can
are.
go over it, like me and you, because there was stuff that I wrote with Pace Morgan. I went over a couple of them, started using them, but I think it's not the same. Probably me and you go over it more. Like we said we're gonna do it, but we haven't. I think it's really nice, man. It's really powerful to take his words and put it in your own.
True.
Because we listen, we're not really using it. Because me and you on that level, we're all in the bottom talking about are you accepting seller finance? They're taking it like they already want to do it, but they're putting it. But if we learn the whole thing, we're gonna be so comfortable to actually mesh.
Yeah. Like writing it down would help.
Yeah, and I guess in the meantime, we should definitely come back to the idea of going over like the verbiage and practice.
Cool. I think
Cool.
that's.
You think that's beneficial for you, or I could do it on my own? I'd rather.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't read it. The thing is, like, I think, like, I love. I understand your point. Reading it is better because you actually take it in and you can write it down and all of that. I mean,
I'm saying that I would do the work where I write it, right? I get the software to write it. I'll basically take out the garbage, like what I have in the other one, and I could basically read it and be comfortable saying these things. Because it's knowing what to say. That's what's really getting me and you, and you know that.
Yeah. I think if you can do that, yeah, I'm open to it.
Gotcha.
But consider that most of the Zooms will be like they'll be like 4 hours. So it's gonna be a hell of a.
It's gonna be a lot for me, but it's fine. I'm gonna let the software do its thing. But in the meantime, today maybe 8 to 9. I'll go over the things I already wrote down for listening to it.
Got it.
Maybe you get a chance, please give me a call back at 480.
Just text me. We can go over it together.
Gotcha. I feel you're hesitant.
No, I'm not hesitant. I'm okay. But if I will be, because I might be working, so just listen.
No, it works. I'll read it out loud.
Huh?
I'll read it out loud while you're driving. And then this way, I'll say it out loud. This way, I hear it and reverb.
Awesome. I'm okay with that.
You could say the same thing. Cool?
Cool. Cool.
All right.
All right.
Um,
So what are you
I'm
gonna do now? Cause
I'm gonna take a few minute breaks, use the bathroom, and take like a quick
I'll be
5
here.
minutes.
Yeah, just when you come back, just I'm looking. I'm gonna leave the video, but I'm gonna be listening to Nick, and he's about to call, so that's why I was kind of like distracting.
Got you. So recording, keep it, and I'll do the whole the work in the background.
Awesome. I'm here.
Take my question. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm just working on submitting my the deal submission just through Podio, and down to the bottom, I fill all the information out, and when I hit submit, I'm not getting like a confirmation that it's submitted. Is that something that you do get, or am I doing something wrong here?
Yeah, so you should be getting a confirmation. I think it just says something like, thank you for submitting this. It'll take you to a different page. Are you doing that on on your cell phone or on a desktop?
On desktop.
Okay, got it. And it's not changing at all. It just does nothing, right?
Yeah, it just does nothing. And I went back through and I looked at all the start items to make sure I had everything filled out. And everything looks like it's filled out correctly, but I'm not getting any kind of confirmation.
Interesting. Okay, let me check here really quick.
Okay.
You just submitted that today, right?
Yeah, I was just going through it here the past 20 minutes or so as I was listening. I was filling all the information out. I have everything filled out, but like I said, it's just not it's not going to the next screen here.
Okay, what's the seller's name?
Seller's name is Patrick McNeil.
Patrick McNeil. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing it in here for some reason. I don't know why it likes to give people a hard time. I'll go ahead and send you a message with my email. If you still have that screen open, just literally copy and paste everything into my email, and then I'll submit it manually on my end.
Okay. Does that have anything to do with using Safari? Does it work better on maybe using Chrome?
Maybe Chrome will work better. I feel like so a lot of people are able to submit it successfully. Some people have issues.
Okay.
So I would try maybe using a different browser, but if you don't want to go through all that headache, you can just send me an email.
Cool. Yeah, if you shoot me your email, I'll get everything copied over and send it to you.
Awesome. You got it, bro.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Bryce, next call is going to be a follow-up for you.
Michael Steven?
Yes, sir.
Huh? Bro, the reason why it wasn't working is because you had the volume all the way down. Yeah, that's much better. All right, so this is a follow-up call. Talked to him yesterday. He wants retail. He's okay with seller carry. He wants 5 to 10% down. However, he did say he wanted 9% interest. So we're gonna have to try to talk him down. Nick underwrote it a little bit and said that 5% interest max works for us. So we're gonna see if that's something we could work out on this phone call.
connected to an automatic voice.
Okay, looks like he just texted me and he said he'll call me back. So we will wait until he calls back, or we can have Nick hop on the next phone call. Schedule this one later on.
Let's do it.
So Nick, how would you approach this phone call? Because he wants 9% interest. You said that we could only give him about 5% interest max. So how would you go about doing that? Because what he's doing is he's just going to people that can't qualify for loans. So how would you structure that conversation?
So I would have a very educated conversation with him, because he's obviously an investor himself, right?
Right.
So he can understand where you're coming from. I would say, hey, Mr. Seller, I went ahead and had my team take a look at this. A little bit of an issue. From what we can find, rent rates right around $1,500, whatever the rent rate is. Based on the terms that you were asking for, we would actually be losing X amount of dollars per month. And obviously, you and I both know that that's a little bit of an issue as an investor, right? We can't be losing money every month. We're hoping to at least make some money. So I just wanted to let you know, how do you think we can fix that? Now, do you have any suggestions on how we can maybe make this work for both of us so it is a win-win situation? And again, push it back on him a little bit so he's having to think, well, how can we adjust this? Either A, he'll take the time and adjust it and lower down his interest himself, where you're not saying, hey, Mr. Seller, I can do 5% interest. I know you're asking 9, you ready to sign some paperwork? He's just going to be like, no, screw off, right? So instead, what you do is push it back on him and say, hey, how can we solve this together? He's thinking about some type of solution. And the other thing that you can, or that is probably going to happen is maybe you're just going to say, well, I don't really care enough to structure this. You know what I mean? Either you meet my price or you don't. That is going to be a seller that is not super motivated. So one or two scenarios can happen in this next call with it.
Got it. So hey, I run into a problem. You're wanting 9%. That's actually going to make me lose money. Is there any way we could work this out to where it's a win-win situation for the both of us?
Yeah, blame it on one of your teammates, right? Say, hey, my underwriter took a look at this, and I just heard back from him. We have a little bit of a problem, and then go into that whole explanation of everything.
Nice.
You guys feel like you run into the same issue too, with down payment, length of term, interest? Who just heard a nugget there? Who finds that valuable that they can take on their next call? I think that's a great way to overcome your objections. Just push back on the seller. All right, next up we have Dominic. This is a lead submitted by Joseph. It's a property out in California. Did you guys know that Joseph's last name is really Nitro? Like nitrous?
Is it really?
No, I'm just kidding. That would be super sick if it was, though. Okay, let's look at some details. Seller wants to do a 1031 exchange. He's trying to lock in another property in 20 days for sale by owner. Got it. So I got a seller that wants to do a 1031 exchange, right? Probably because he wants to avoid having to pay so much taxes. Sometimes people do a 1031 exchange to both avoid having to pay so much taxes and find something that can cash flow a little bit more. But we just go in on these types of conversations and pitch creative financing. Hello, Dominic?
Yeah.
Hey, my name is Nick. How's it going?
Good, yourself?
Good, good. Hey, you had a conversation with one of my teammates about a property on G Street.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I understand that you had some interest in selling that property. Did I catch you at a decent time here?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm just kind of walking into the conversation. Would you mind kind of catching me up to speed here?
Yeah, I just told him that, I'm looking to 1031 exchange into a ranch, there's a couple other properties and such that I'm trying to sell. The thing is, right now, with the market the way it is, I haven't been able to lock down the ranch property yet. So we will be selling here soon. I have offers out, and we'll be selling probably the next, locking something down in the next 30 days. But that's why it's still on the market. I have the 1031 exchange, and I believe they were wanting to owner carry. And so they would have you call, and I guess you're the financier or investor.
Awesome. Yeah. I think for us, obviously, we want to put you in a situation where you're not having to pay so much taxes, which I think is the primary reason why you're looking to do 1031. So yeah, we would be open to doing seller financing. Of course, that puts us in a position where we can also pay a lot more. Now, if we did something like that, what would that have to look like for you? Just in terms of how many years you're willing to do and what kind of monthly payment do you think would work on something like that?
See, that's the problem. I really can't do seller financing. That's where I think the person that lady was confused. That's why.
So why do the 1031 exchange if you can just sell it on seller financing? You'd be avoiding taxes that way.
No, because we still do carry the gains. My capital gains are still be taken over the 15-year timeline, and my parents are in the 60s, and we as a family decided that we would sell some of the residential rental properties and buy a cabin or ranch up in the hills and stuff. So that's why we need the funds to be able to sell outright.
Got it. Okay, I see. So seller financing is off the table.
Yeah, and that's why I thought you were calling as the money guy because they had a different route.
Yeah. So here's the problem. My eyes only see how we can potentially make money. Obviously, we're a for-profit company. So when I look at this, I see for one, you're asking retail, and two, you're not open to terms. So I don't quite understand how I can buy this property and make a profit.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate the time. I didn't see where we were going either. So, like I said, I have other people that are interested in buying cash, and I didn't understand. I just can't. On other deals, I can do owner financing. We've done multiple owner financing and low with them. But I'm just going at this time, we're just not able to do so.
Yeah, no, I get it. So the people that are offering you cash, I assume they're buying it to live in, right?
Yeah. I have different buyers. I mean, it's been, of course, the market's soft right now, and so in that price range, I've had a lot of calls. So I've had a multitude of people.
Got it. Okay.
I have some cash investor buyers, and they're happy just trying to make 10%, and I had some people that wanted to buy it with it as well.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, the market's definitely hot enough to hopefully bring in a solid buyer for you there. But if there's anything that I can do in the meantime, let me know, and I'll probably plan to check in with you here.
Sounds good. Thanks. Have a good day.
Appreciate your time. Bye. Daryl says you can 1031 seller finance payments too. Yes, you can, but he just wants to take the proceeds and buy something else. All right. Well, Bryce, you ready?
I'm ready.
You gonna try Michael again, or you gonna try a different seller?
Michael said he was gonna call me back, so. That's why you're laughing? Oh my gosh.
Okay, so details on this one says he's open to owner finance. He wants 25% down, 10% interest, and 5-year term max. Says he's willing to sell at 10% interest only, willing to drop price if we pay for closing costs. Looks like it's tenant occupied as well.
Sounds like your contract, bro.
Espino. All right.
Hello?
Hey, Espino?
I'm sorry?
Is this Espino?
Who's calling?
This is Bryce. How's it going?
Who?
Bryce, you talked to my partner Joseph about possibly doing some seller finance about your property on 4th Ave.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, did I catch you at a good time?
Go ahead, what can I do for you?
Yeah, so he said you had some interest in selling. Just wanted to touch base to see if that was still the case.
Nothing changed in the past 2 hours.
Got it, okay. So I'm kind of just walking into this. I do have a little bit information of the property condition, but I was just hoping you can kind of just catch me up to speed of what you guys talked about last.
Why don't you talk to him and then you call me back? How's that?
Got it. So it says that you were looking to do some owner financing. I do have a little bit of information, but you don't really remember what you guys talked about last?
Alright, like I said, you two discuss whatever you need to discuss, and then once you're ready to make an offer, then you call me. Because I don't think that I need to talk to 3 different people or 2 different people and answer the same questions all over again.
Right. So for me to make you an offer, I'm not the one being positioned as the bank. As far as owner finance, you're the one that kind of dictates the terms.
Once again, what is it you need to know? Because I'm not going to go through this 20-question BS again.
Well, I just want to know your terms. I don't really care about anything else.
Didn't he write it down? Didn't he tell you what they were?
Yeah, it says that you were wanting 20% down.
Okay, so if you know the answer, why are you asking me? And you know what? Listen, don't waste my time, okay?
You got it. Have a good day. So to me, that doesn't sound like a motivated seller. But Nick, if you get, because I know how I ask that question sometimes, like catching up to speed of where you guys last left off. If a seller says go talk to your partner, what is something you would say?
I feel like it's not what you ask; it's how you ask it. Right? Do you feel like your tonality is at a point where you sound like a super friendly guy? I don't think the answer is no, but I think in order to get information, you have to ask questions in a certain way, right? When I talk to a seller, like, hey, you talk to her, understand you're interested in selling the property on seller financing. I'm just kind of walking into the conversation. Can you catch me up to speed on what you guys last talked about? Right? I don't want the whole story. I just want to know, hey, where did you guys pick up or live off of? Right? I want to start at that point. And I think the way that I ask it is like, hey, I don't want to know everything about, the condition of the property that it needs paint. I don't care about that. I just want to see what was the last thing you guys talked about. Let's pick it up from there. So I think the way that you asked it was like, hey, I'm just coming into this. I don't even know your name. Like, what's going on? You know what I mean? So maybe positioning that a little bit differently would have brought a different response.
Okay. Do you think I should follow up with this guy maybe later tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got it.
Yeah.
I will touch base with him later tomorrow.
And if you need me to, Bryce, I can call that seller too if you feel like I don't know, this guy seems like a little bit of a hothead. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Let's have you try it and see if your approach works a little bit better.
Awesome. Let's do it.
So I'll tag you in this one, Nick.
And I'll keep that in mind not to say catchment speed.
Yeah, just use me as a guinea pig.
Lex says he's a hothead from New York or something. Yeah, probably from New York, right? Some people, you have to understand too. Like, put yourself in the seat of being a seller, right? Obviously, there's a lot of stress from us doing acquisitions, right? What do we get paid to do? We get paid to solve problems. But it's the seller who may have a problem or may not have a problem, right? We don't know. They may be motivated or they may not be motivated. But they're getting calls like this every single day. They're getting texts, they're getting letters in the mail. And you guys have to imagine, like, how long has this been going on for, right? Maybe they're dealing with this for 9 months, and everybody that calls says, hey, tell me every single thing about the property, about what you're looking to do. Hey, why are you looking to sell? Right? So that some people are just probably tired of getting that. You guys have to understand that too. It's not just that he's a bad seller, maybe he's just tired of repeating himself. All right, next up we have Vicky. This is a lead for John. Okay, so this is a seller that we've tried to call a couple of times. It's not under contract. She said that she called you back and might have left a voicemail according to her. Okay. Perfect. Let's try it again. This is a lead out in Bakersfield, by the way. Might be a creative financing opportunity. Tired landlord. She lives in San Diego, which is too far from Bakersfield. She's blind, currently in the hospital. Motivated to sell as soon as possible. We'll need 60 days to let the tenants move out. So it is tenant occupied. Tenants do know that she's planning to sell. Tenants are currently paying $1,500 a month. She owes $160,000. Asking price is $340,000. So this is most likely going to be a hybrid structure, both subject to and seller financing.
Hello.
Hello, Vicky.
Yes.
Hey, my name is Nick. How are you?
Oh, hey Nick, I'm good. How are you today?
Good, good. Hey, I'm glad to finally get a hold of you. I think my partner tried setting up a call with us a couple of days ago, and looks like we were playing phone tag, so glad to finally get a hold of you.
Well, I'm the hard one to get a hold of because I'm in the hospital. And every time I get phone calls is when they take me out to go run another test.
Got it. Wow. How long have you been in the hospital for?
I was in Sharp Hospital for 13 days, and then they brought me over here a week ago. I'm now at the rehab hospital for physical therapy and learning to walk again. My legs stopped working.
Jeez. Well, I'm keeping in my prayers, hoping that you get out of there really quick.
That scared the living daylights out of me. I mean, I don't know if you've ever stood up and your legs just won't hold you up. It's the weirdest feeling, and you can't change it no matter how you think about it. You can't make it stop doing it. So I finally just called 911 and they brought me straight here.
Jeez, they're just running tests on you, huh?
Say it again, honey?
They've just been running some tests on you there.
They run every test in the book on me. Now they're doing physical therapy on me every day for an hour and a half. And I am getting better. I can see the improvement myself, even though it's minor. It's a little bit, but a little bit on having nothing is a lot.
Oh,
You
yeah.
understand what I mean?
Absolutely. You got to take it day by day and, just trust the process with the physical
But I
therapy.
was so pleased. The doctor came in to see me at 10 o'clock 2 nights ago. He hadn't been in to see me the whole time in the hospital or here. First time he'd shown up in person, he called on the phone about stuff. But anyway, he had me, I was sitting on the edge of the bed and he had me push his hands in or out or up or down with my 2 hands. And on every one of them, I easily accomplished it, even though he was resisting. And when he was all done, he says, "You're strong." And I said, "I've always had good upper body strength." And he said, "For a 74-year-old lady, you shouldn't have muscles like a 40-year-old. I said, "Why the hell not?"
Yeah.
I said,
Oh, yeah.
"Like a 40-year-old. You know, he said, "You're going to be here for weeks, not months.
Good.
I'm not going to be very long." And I said, "Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're forgiven for anything you ever did."
There you go. Very, very glad to hear that.
So I'm going to get out of here soon. Not that soon. I'm just starting to get better.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Glad to hear that. So I'm just kind of walking into the conversation here. I know you spoke to my partner. What's all going on? With the property and what you're looking to do here.
Well, which partner did you talk to?
So you spoke to my partner John. I believe
Okay,
is the one
John,
that
okay.
called, yeah.
My mind's foggy. I had to figure out which one you were with.
Seems like you get a lot of calls on this property here in Miami.
Not a lot. I'm working only with 3 people. If any more call, I'm not going to try to work with 4. I'm just saying with 3 of you. And whichever one of you pops and wants it, that's the one that's going to get it.
Got it. Love it. Okay. So obviously you're looking to sell pretty soon, right?
Well, I'm not in a hurry, but sooner is better than later, you know? I mean, if you like it, but I know prices are going to keep going up, so I'm not worried if I don't sell it right away. But I'd like to get out of it and get my name off of it so that I can get the disability I'm entitled to without owning that. And that's my main reason for going forward now.
Got it. Okay. So the other 2 investors that you're working with, what have they offered you so far?
Everybody's in about the same boat. You've all had your initial conversation. 2 of them are going to see the house. Are you set up to have an appointment to see the house?
No, not yet. I'm sure I can probably get somebody out there. I'm here in Arizona.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't tell the tenants that I was selling. And the 2 that are going there to the house being examining for where good bugs can get into the ceiling and stuff, which lets them look in every closet and all.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they're going to see the house. But whatever you want to tell them, I don't care. In fact, by the time I get through this weekend, I'm probably going to talk to her and tell her that I might be selling the house, but I don't know yet. I got to wait and feel out where she's at.
Yeah.
But she's been a wonderful tenant, and she's taken very good care of the house. And I don't want to take her off now or make it worse. If you guys were buying it, would it be for investment, or would it be to resell, or would it be somebody who wants to live in it?
So we'd be doing a couple of different things if we decided to buy this. Of course, as an investment, we would either fix and flip this property. Of course, we would need to buy it at a discount from what retail would be, because that's how we make our money. The other option is that we can buy it as a rental and just hold on to it for a period of time.
Well, so if you did that, she could stay there, and she would. She loves the house.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
She doesn't qualify.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could definitely be a possibility. We're not in the business of taking people out, so we can make it work.
And she'll be more inclined to being able to show it to you and stuff. I just don't want her to feel like I'm kicking her out, that I am going to do what's best for me now. I didn't know a month ago that I was going to spend this time in the hospital and not be able to walk. It's time to unload that. I don't need the investment. I need the retirement.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So, because I got to get a full-time live-in caregiver when I go home.
Yeah. So I know it's rented out for $1,500 a month, and I do understand you have a mortgage in place. How much money are you netting per month as this property is being rented?
Yo, what's up?
Oh God.
Really? Can you hear me? Is it nothing? Can you hear me now?
I can't hear you.
Oh, sure.
Oh, hold on, I hear you now. I'm sorry.
It was your volume, huh?
Yeah, I took it off because I don't know. You're done with Nick or not yet?
No, not yet. I'm done, but I want to listen. You want to make calls?
I'm gonna make calls, but you want to listen? I'm sure you want to listen to Nick much better than listening to me, right?
Come on, why?
Which is cool, though.
I'm gonna listen to both of you.
Can you do that?
Yeah, because he's gonna be posing at some time, then you'll be making calls right now. So.
Well, if you're okay with that, I'm cool with it too.
Yeah.
I also send you on Messenger the contact information for the owner that I want to skip trace.
Oh yeah, I see.
Help me with that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Is Messenger cool? I had it on Messenger and on text message. Which one you prefer?
No, Messenger. Messenger is better because you can get it on the phone and on the computer. So.
Awesome. Cool.
I will.
Okay.
All right, you
Thanks, man.
no problem. I'm here.
Making the dream happen.
That's what's up.
In that category, I think 4 or 5 of them, but I haven't got any of that in front of me to tell you what address or anything. I don't think I need 360 or 390 out of it. I'd like to see maybe 350 and be willing to come down another 10 if I had to. But I know it depends on which way you're buying it. If you're going in as an investment, it has to get lower as possible.
Have you thought about maybe just listing it with a real estate agent?
No, I don't want to sign out in front, and I don't want to go through a real estate agent. If somebody wants to buy it, I'll sell it. If somebody doesn't, then I'll just keep it and keep renting it. It's a good cash flow.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Let me see.
Okay. Let me.
Yeah, obviously, if retail is anywhere from
Yeah, because I told you that before.
a little bit of a range, but for us to buy it as paying cash, of course, we have closing costs, dominate back end once we sell it. Then we have pulling costs and any kind of repairs.
Let me add her now. But it's gonna be
there's no repairs. Okay.
Like
2 more calls.
The furnace is new.
Yeah, 2
The
more
roof
calls.
is 10 years old, and
Yeah.
not just the shingles, but also solar.
Yeah.
Okay.
The whole interior was 3 years ago stripped and started over. New flooring, paint, ceiling to the floor. Everything was totally bad. All no appliances everywhere in the house. So
Yeah, and Sandy has lots.
spectacular shape.
Got it. Okay.
He has 2 lots for
So I
sale.
think with closing costs and commissions alone, that would put me right around
40 acres house.
If I sell it at 390.
Okay, can you send me the address on the messenger?
This isn't a fix and flip for me because I would have to buy it probably 200, which doesn't seem like it would work for you. So the other option would be if I keep it as a rental, I can probably come up to the price you're looking for, but it would have to be on creative financing terms. Are you familiar with terms at all?
Yeah.
Okay. So essentially what we would do, because you do have some equity, I think you owe right around 160, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the way it would work is, let's say you have a house that's worth $100,000 and there's a $50,000 mortgage on it. Well, we would come in and take over the monthly payment on the $50,000 mortgage, and then the additional $50,000, which is your equity, we would make monthly payments on that equity. So you'd still be in a position where the mortgage is being taken care of. It's just a debt, so we're still servicing that debt. And then we're also creating a note where you can receive passive income for a period of time and not have to deal with the tenant.
How long of a period of time?
So the great thing is that's actually up to you. I can tell you our range would be usually between 10 and 30 years, but each situation is obviously unique. So
I'm interested in 10 to 30 years. I won't be around in 30 years.
yeah, of course, just letting you know what we typically do. But what do you think would work for you? What would be the longest?
I'd rather cash in, cash out type of thing if we could. Depending on if the value's there for you and if it's worth, what I put into it. I think I'm asking below the value at $350. And 330, I'm definitely below the value, and I think I would go to 330 if I am the right buyer. So, if it's 380 or 90 and I sell it for 330, that's a pretty good savings.
Yeah, got it. Okay. Yeah, I can bring this to my team and see what they say, but just some quick math on what we usually buy. I'd probably be maybe in the lower 300s, maybe high 200s. At 330 would be the least you would take this. Probably wouldn't work out for either of us.
Right. Well, if it's supposed to be, it'll work out and we'll see it. But right now, I don't know what the answer is because I'm laying in the hospital acting like a lame brain and trying my body to work right.
Sure. No, I get it. Okay, well, let's do this. I'll have my team take a look at some of the numbers, and if it works, then I'll reach out to you. And if it doesn't work, I'll still keep in touch and see what happens. Obviously, you have 2 other buyers.
Calling about the property on
Fantastic.
Avenue.
All right. Well, yeah, I haven't done anything. Haven't called either one of them from the hospital. So you called me, so you and I are talking.
Good. Very good.
Which means you and I will continue to talk before you and the other acting on the other side.
Awesome. Well, yeah, I appreciate that, Vicky. Thank you.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
All right, talk to you soon. Hope you feel
So I kind of asked about the
Nick. Yes, John, my partner.
I just about called you John. Okay, Nick, it's nice to talk with you and call me anytime.
All righty, we'll do. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Sheesh. That was a good call.
I'm excited over there.
Guys, your voice is so smooth and crispy.
I'm like a late night DJ, you know what I mean? Sometimes I just gotta come into the mic and talk really slow like this. So I think ARV could be as high as $400,000 from what I can see. Again, though, she mentioned something about custom homes, and I do not do many deals in California, so I'm not 100% sure. But let's just reverse engineer this. Let's say we can sell it on the retail market for $400,000. Factoring in closing costs and commissions, that would bring us down to $372,000. Let's say it does absolutely need no work, maybe just a little bit of cleanup. I'll say $5,000. So that's $5,000, and then also an investor making, let's say, $25,000. So that now brings me down to $342,000 with a $10,000 assignment or so. So we might, if ARV really is $400,000, we might be able to make $330 work. If it's as clean as she says it is, if an investor is willing to buy this deal and make $25,000, so there's a couple factors that can actually work into play here. But I do not want to seem like the person that talks to her and just says, yes, let's do it, because obviously she's talking to other investors. I want to see how that plays out. She gave me her assurance that she's not going to make a decision before she talks to me.
Did they answer?
Which is nice and assuring. So yeah, this could potentially be a deal if the retail value is there.
This is what the inside looks like.
What's it listed at right now, Bryce?
What's it listed at?
Is it listed at all?
It says off market.
Off market, okay. I thought I saw something about it being listed. No? Yeah, and if this turns out to be a fix and flip deal, then that tenant's going to obviously have to be booted out.
Please leave your message for
So I think we can probably get her down to 330, maybe 320. Obviously, just to make the deal work, make sure that we can move it. So let's set up a follow-up call for Monday. By that point in time, I should know if this is a deal or not. All right, Bryce. Is Jerry Foster up next?
Yeah.
Hi,
Sellers
this is Leah.
names.
Sorry I
Name
missed
sounds
your
familiar.
call.
You already tried calling.
Did I? Here, I'll take this one again.
Yeah. Bought this for $38,000.
Hey, how are you? This is Nina. How you doing? My name is Nina. I'm calling about the property on the county. How about you?
This guy has like a perfect voice.
Do you have an offer for my home?
Sounds like he's trying to sell you something.
I was just like, you know, what you are about.
Leave a brief message and we'll
You're a realtor. Are you a realtor?
No, no.
So you would like to purchase the home?
Hey there, Jerry. This is Nick. Just thought I'd reach out to you here before I head out of the office. This is about your property
You have $800,000?
in Oak Ridge. My partner had set up a phone call for you now to see the structure because I understand you have some interest in selling. If you get a chance, give me a call back here at 480-819-9295, and I'll talk to you soon. You know what that guy sounds like? Remember we used to call Harkins? And you get that. Hello. He sounds just like the Harkins guy.
Oh, what? Okay, go ahead.
All right, another double down, no answer. And since we called him twice, we will put him on for tomorrow.
No, I feel like, you know, all I do is realtor policy, wanting to list my property. And I am the realtor listing my own property. And so unless you
All right, we got
are
Sean
really
next.
interested in purchasing the home, and you're pre-qualified
We already
to
tried
purchase the
Sean,
home
didn't we?
at that amount,
You want to try him?
then
I'll
I'm
try.
not going to sit and give you a bunch of information about my home.
I got it. So it looks like you I'm a realtor myself. I'm actually in New Jersey, not in Oregon. You can see my New Jersey number. You should sit in the bottom of the house, and that's why I'm calling you. So just tell me about, like, it looks like it's a bunch of pictures, so I can't really, you know, give you an offer without knowing a little bit more on the condition. If you want to post pictures, and I'll come back and, you know, we'll talk a little bit more as far as offer, or you can give me a little bit more detail about it.
Well, I think that
It does say it's MLS
you're
active.
moving out here from your group.
No, I'm kind of an investor. I kind of like, you know, work with investors in the area where they come in and fund you and
Nick,
buy
Mhm.
them.
this is MLS active.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's cool.
Kind of plans with the owner, and this is where we start. This is what I'm calling.
Yo, Lex says Nick gets all the easy ones.
Yeah,
It's a
I
setup.
kind of feel like this is really just
Yeah,
the
I
way
think easy ones.
I don't know. I think Nick's just really good on the phones.
Maybe it's because I'm so smooth, bro.
I'm not
Like
like
butter.
Yeah, I'm not.
Bryce is pretty smooth too, though.
I don't even have it here, but
I don't know.
That one that I got called out on, he's like, go talk to your partner.
What I'm checking here is
I'll call as your partner. Let's see if he
having
treats me
someone
the same.
interested in purchasing my home. And you couldn't facilitate the purchase, like you said, you're not licensed in Oregon. So it doesn't make much sense that I'm even talking
Hey,
to
Renee
you.
says that he removed the listing.
but I
Okay.
am buying the property. What I'm saying is,
No, you're not, and you don't have the money, and I'm really not gonna play this game.
that's
Please
fine.
don't call back and,
I'm not. But
yeah,
thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
yeah, bye-bye.
All right, so a little bit of details on this property. Looks like he did an amazing rehab. He didn't use permits and has code violation issue with the county. He needs to liquidate the property, so cash offer. He did a small addition on the main house and a renovation on the studio, and put a driveway in without a permit. Main house has a studio workspace without a closet. He says he will take less. He is out of money. Okay. So it says, Nick, he had people back out because of the violation. So does that mean that he's had like fees on that, or what exactly does that mean? Okay.
Sometimes they might make him tear down the work too.
Okay, we'll try him one more time.
Is not available.
Hey Sean, this is Bryce. You've been speaking to my partner Renee about your property on Bishop's Lodge. Feel free to give me a call back at 480-370-0419. That's 480-370-0419. Thank you. Okay, Renee, I tagged you in Podio. DDNA, again, stands for double dial no answer. And then we'll end up just calling this guy again tomorrow.
Okay, text saying that he was available. Cool. That was Michael, right? Or was that Sean?
That was Sean.
Sean, awesome. Sean, and Michael is the seller that didn't answer for you.
Yeah.
All right, bro, let's get it. Guys, we have a couple more calls to make here. Bryce, are we going to go on that seller appointment tonight or no?
I don't know. Someone just, let me see if this is the right number.
Guys, if you guys are setting up, or if you guys are working the Maricopa County list, and you guys need somebody to go on an appointment, let us know. We love going on seller appointments. Anytime that we can get out into the field and go and see some real estate firsthand, we jump on that opportunity. Also, guys, I think we're going to lower our expectations a little bit here, just to get people to participate a little bit more in terms of what they send in. We have a lot of people that I don't know if it's that they're afraid to send us a bad lead and us get upset. Obviously, we're not getting upset if you guys send a bad lead. So if anybody has a lead from a seller who's just super difficult, a seller who's not easy to work with, like the seller Bryce had, that would be a great lead for us to call. Right, obviously our goal is to just call sellers and give value to you guys that way. You guys can see what we do and how we do it. The other thing is obviously doing deals with you guys. But if you do send a lead and it turns out not to be a good quality lead, well, guess what? We're here to coach you guys on that. So in other words, if you guys have leads that are just complete garbage, complete shit, we want those leads back. Any way that we can help you guys out, send some leads over to us here.
Yeah, I do a lot of calls.
Renee, expectations for the group. Yeah, there's really not any expectations. Just any leads that you guys have that are just garbage.
Do you need like seller finance or something
Our
like
goal
that?
at this point now is just to literally just fill up our schedule. Right, we want to be going for 4 hours straight every single day. And if you guys have a seller that is just out of their mind, send them over to us. I want to help you guys with those too.
Let me tell you this: if you know somebody that wants to sell it in that kind of way or something similar
Did
to
you already
that,
try calling Sylvia?
I'm willing to give $1,000 referral.
That was another follow-up.
Yeah, guys. Any leads? Doesn't matter. Like, literally, just send leads and fill their schedule. Don't overthink it. Just shoot it up. So yeah, our goal is to literally have our call schedule be filled every single day. And I'm counting on everybody here to help us do that. Don't make me beg, guys. Send us leads.
But just FYI, are you an investor as well?
Awesome. So now we have Sylvia.
There is a law, federal law. If you're no longer responsible and somehow legislative have
Michael next.
there's an ETI declaration
He's called Sylvia,
you
didn't
could sign, and you can still buy property.
I called Sean.
The way it works, you would give it to somebody, and they make 2 payments. Then the ETI, and if it's after a year, so
About 100.
As a that much of a down payment as an investor, I could probably buy 6, 7 properties. But
I want all my equity out of it.
no, I totally get it as an investor. You know what I mean? But well, best of luck, and I want to use that strategy.
Hi, is this Sylvia?
Property that you don't have much equity in it.
Yeah, Sylvia.
You don't want to deal with
Hey, my name is Nick. How are you?
hassle.
Good. Hey, my partner asked me to give you a call. I guess you have a property you might be able to sell here.
No problem, man. Best of luck, Ryan. Appreciate your time.
One on High Avenue. Yeah.
How can I help you?
Yeah, well, they asked me to reach out to you here again because you're looking to sell, and I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about that if I caught you at a good time here.
Well, I'm at work, so I'm trying to do that and do what I need to do too. So we'll see how it works.
Awesome. Very cool.
Yeah.
So I am just coming into the conversation. My partner talked to you more than I did. Do you remember where you last left off?
With an offer.
Okay.
I sat back at a counter, and I hadn't heard anything from him.
Okay, got it. What was our offer?
Well, I was wanting 40. He came back at 35, and I went back to him with 36.5 with no proration of taxes.
Got it. Wow, that's a heck of a negotiation there. Let's pull it up here. Okay, it's in Columbus, isn't it?
It is.
Okay.
It is.
All right, I'm pulling it up on my end here. And then in terms of any kind of repairs needed to it, it's nothing major, right?
No, because the roof has been done recently, not too long ago, and the inside was freshly painted, brand new carpets throughout the house, new kitchen flooring. They took care of a lot of the rotten wood on the windows outside the exterior and went through and cut down a bunch of trees and limbs. And on the
and the backyard and the front yard. So yes.
Got it. Okay. So again, you said 36,000.
36.5.
36.5.
But no probation no probation of taxes. So that's what I would do instead of 40.
How soon are you looking to close?
You know what? Not quickly. Just whenever. It's just one of those things. I've got a bunch of properties, and some of my friends do, and I have done pretty good the last 2 years, just holding on to get what we want, and it's just coming out. So I'm in no hurry.
Got it. Okay. So if we were to, let's say, agree to do this, 30 days or less for a close escrow, you okay for you?
Sure.
Okay. Got it.
No problem at all.
And it's currently vacant?
No, there's a tenant in it, so that's what I'm saying. It comes with the tenant also.
Oh.
And it's managed. Yeah.
What does the tenant pay right now?
Pardon?
What does the tenant pay right now?
$625, which I think that's pretty good for a 2-bedroom, 1 bath.
Okay. Yeah, that seems pretty in line with market value. Okay.
They wanted 150 down.
Got it. So here's what I'm going to do, because I think there might be a possibility that this would work, especially if we're making you an offer. That means we've done some research. I'm going to bring it to my underwriter. He's the one that helps us determine what we should be buying properties at. I'm going to have him take a look at it, give me an exact figure on what would work for us. And if it does work, then I will give you a call back and then let you know that we're going to be moving forward. From there, we'll send you a purchase agreement through email. You'll be able to open it, download it, sign it all electronically from there. And then from that point, then we would open escrow and close in 30 days or less.
Sure. Now, when y'all do the contract, I need to give you the correct names, and then, be sure this is as is, and with no probation of taxes, because this is like a net, trying to make a net of 36.5, of course, less the mortgage payout.
Got it. How much do you owe the mortgage? Do you know?
Somewhere about $32,000. So see, that's really not. I'm not making it because the house is priced a little bit more, but their market value. But this is a friend of mine, and I have kind of helped him and managed it and done some things, and I have rentals. I've had like 28 houses, and so I've done pretty good with selling the houses I want to sell. Matter of fact, I started thinking that I've got some raw land. I've got acreage that I would be interested in selling too. So now, since you guys have been coming out of the woodwork for the last couple of years and last year, I've done pretty good with either owner financing a few houses versus outright selling. But it's like, now, I've got some vacant land that nobody's ever asked about, and if they're checking me out, I don't know how they can come up with that.
Yeah.
But I thought that I'm going to start kicking that around to see,
Where's that at?
Well, I've got 2 lots in Harris County on waterfront, in Pine Lake, up in Harris County, and then I've got 3 acres over in Lee County, Alabama, and then I've got about 1 acre of a quarter lot in Casita, which is becoming commercialized over there. I'm not worried about trying to make them commercialize it, but there's courthouses there, and they've got a church there, and I've had some prospects, but I never really explored it because I've just been so busy over the years that I didn't have time for it. And now, it's possible.
To the closing, but I don't really.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Can you do me a favor? And do they have an assigned address or
or is it just a
No,
portrait?
you have to see it because I've done the landscaping, outside, not the street. And like that's really nice.
But another one to consider is, that's a good cover, because I was approached,
It's fine.
I've been approached by,
You wanna do that? That's fine.
the utility company.
If you want to buy the property, you want to see the property, right? Or you don't want to see the property.
Well,
Let's get on the storage. Got some ideas, but I'm just not, I don't have this good. But if I get my price, it's satisfactory to me, hey, whatever. I don't care what this person does with it, commercializing it or whatever, and making it money.
What?
I'm just, what I want, and I don't really, I just sold a house that was in a good position, and it was potential commercial property, and in the next couple of years, it's gonna be living in this area.
HVAC is 2007 as well, right?
Person that bought it, they just did some stats on it and
Looks like a
found out, there's growth out there, and so I said, look, I don't care, you commercialize it, you make all the money, triple the money.
What made you consider it now? Looks like a rental for you, or a private?
I'm just,
I don't have my guy. You want to buy it?
Well, my real question is,
And that's like I said, just something y'all, and I had the last 2 years, I got a folder full of y'all's little cards and letters and everything.
Yeah.
It's like, you don't know me and I don't know you, and hey,
generally, I was kind of like sitting to offer.
it doesn't put my feelings to show, you know what you're after, what you want to do, and I know what I'm doing.
Other offers as far as
Hey, if it works, it works, if it doesn't, it's okay.
I didn't do much as far as the property value.
No hard feelings.
From what I'm
Nice, very nice. So here's something that I just thought of. So obviously, I don't want to find myself in a situation where my team says, "Hey, we can't pay the price that they're asking for." Obviously, there's a mortgage that needs to be satisfied, and we want to make sure we take care of that. What we might be able to do, just in case my team says that we can't do the 36.5 as a cash offer, what I could do is give you guys $4,500 at close of escrow and take over the existing debt of $32,000 and make payments on that.
lower number.
Alright, he's not gonna be interested in doing that, because he wants to be totally out of it.
Oh, it would be like you wouldn't even notice it.
Let's just say,
Well, that's, yeah,
A possibility.
I don't think so. I don't know, because, see how, I really don't know. You're talking about taking over, well, actually, you have to refinance it and pay it off.
Why would we have to do that?
Well, I don't know, to be honest with you, I don't know if it's assignable or not.
Well, we're not assuming the mortgage. We're simply just keeping it as it is and making payments.
Yeah, he was approached by that too, and that didn't excite him because he'd be responsible and liable, ultimately.
In a sense, yes, but when it comes to people paying off their mortgage, for one, they want the property to be sold, and two, what happens if they want to go and get approved for another loan down the road? Well, they can still do that. The debt that's in their name that we're making monthly payments on every single month, it's in their name, but we're making payments every month. We agree to do that. And he would be able to go and get another mortgage from anybody else.
Yeah, but we talked about that, and someone did approach him to do that, and he was definitely not interested in that.
Got it. Okay. Well, it's just an option just in case my cash offer.
Well, you take a look at it, man. You go for 35 with 36.5.
I structure my business in the way I buy houses from my sellers.
And I came down from 40.
$1,500 is a lot of money. I can buy a lot of sushi with that.
Well, hey, I like sushi too, but it's really not that much. Hey, I've been doing this for over 40 years, and I've seen a lot, so, A lot of money is big money, thousands, hundreds, you know, that's big money.
Yeah.
This is like, this is like little chump change. That's not, because I sold some of my houses for 65, 70,000. So, you know, yeah.
Got it. Okay. So I will. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Do whatever you gotta do. Come on, hey, that working. You never know. Sometimes you might come across somebody who would be interested in it. You can refer them. But it's all good. You know, hey.
Yeah, no, 100%. I'm with you there. So I'm going to talk to my team and see what I can get them to agree to. If I can get to the price and we have a done deal, he's ready to sign paperwork.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. And then when can we get access to the property?
No, closer. We definitely have to. Just go through, and when it does, we're going to get the sale. Then, you know, we have to notify the tenants and such, but they've been pretty accommodating. We have had some people to be adamant for us, but we have gone outside that just to go look at the property and check it out ourselves. And I just spot things. I mean, the company really doesn't take care of your property. I'm a deep by myself, and so when I got my boss, he got pretty interested in going to check it out himself, and so he's, you know, the tenants were pretty agreeable to letting us go to the property and check it out, and all that kind of stuff to make sure repairs.
So what I would like to do is if we come to terms on the price and everything else, then we would have a short inspection period where we can go and walk inside of the property. And we're not going to go in there and say, hey, you know, we're going to buy this property. You're going to have to get out. It's going to be, you know, we'll just do a walkthrough. We can say we're with an insurance company, whatever you want us to say to not spook them. Yeah, ideally, we'd like to walk it before closing escrow. If all possible.
You know what? Before we even go through all that, why don't you do that? We just do it together and save us all this time, effort, and extra work.
No, it's not extra work.
Because I've got a house right now and selling, and these people, you know, they want to do this and do that. It's like, look, I don't have a long time. I work a full-time job myself. New jobs and so I've got them now instead of one wait time for contract signed to go through all that drama. Just, you know, you want to go look at it, let's go look at it, and if you want to do it, then we can go from there.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense.
You're muted.
I'll be
I can hear you, but you cannot hear me.
I should have an answer probably.
You hear me?
I hear you, yeah. Can you talk?
Yeah. It was good. I mean,
Awesome. If you have any questions for me between now and when we talk next, just shoot me a text.
That guy is crazy, man. He has it way overvalued, like 100,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he basically wants 200 down payment and 3,000 monthly payment.
Wait, he wants how much down payment?
$200,000.
How much? What's the ARV?
Well, we only look at Zillow, right?
Yeah.
We're not doing the research. It's saying 670, and he has it for 777. So
Okay, so he wants 10-20% down, 25%.
Yeah, but then he says it rents for $2,800 if you want the monthly payment of $3,000. Makes no sense.
Did you tell him no?
I told him it won't work out for me, but I'll see if I could have my investor buddies where they might be able to get you a cash offer, but it's gonna be, you know, might not be close to what you want.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if it works out for somebody. You know, maybe I'll have the big gun come in and try to talk to him.
Definitely.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. He's super high.
Yeah, I couldn't even get the motivation out of him. You heard him, right? I'm like, why you want to sell it? He's like, I don't have time. So I kind of switched it up a little bit. I'm like, I want to know if you rent, you live there, or what's the situation.
Yeah. You're getting better on the calls. I love it.
Thanks, man. I'm learning from you. You're much calmer on the phone. So I'm like, you know what? Let me slow it down. Like, Joe, man.
They're trying to make me feel good?
Yeah.
No, you're good, man. You're good. I'll 1 second, I'll be back.